Call to order the regular City Council meeting for Monday, July 15th, 2024, 5:30 p.m. This time, I'd please ask you to silence your cell phones or put them on vibrate to respect the speakers and to limit interruptions. Moving on to the agenda, item number 1, roll call.
Blessum.
Here.
Fuller.
Here.
Janser.
Here.
Olson. Here. Pittner.
Here.
Ross.
Here.
Samuelson.
Here.
Item number 2, Pledge of Allegiance. Moving on to item number 3, the mayor's report. I will try to keep this as brief as possible because of the length of the meeting that we're kind of looking at here tonight. So we had the council retreat since the last meeting. We also had a civic leaders, and I know Councilman Janser was involved in this as well. Civic leader meeting with the Defense Nuclear Facility Safety Board. Also some meetings discussing Home for the Holidays project, some discussions with congressional staffers, and then meeting with base leadership, which kind of segues into what we have down here. Until the end of the month, the City Hall will be the host of the Barksdale Trophy. Barksdale Trophy is given to a community that exemplifies the highest level of community support, and that's over a 24-month period. So this award actually belongs to the entire city, but we'll have it on display here, and it'll be on display throughout the city, other businesses as well. So congratulations to the City of Minot and to the base, to the Chamber, Task Force 21, everybody involved with supporting the airmen on Minot Air Force Base. And finally, my last item at the beginning, I guess I'd take this opportunity to wish the President and CEO of the Minot Chamber EDC, Brecca, it's your birthday, so please stand. Brecca, happy birthday. Gift, we are giving you probably the longest meeting that we'll probably, no. Are there any questions on the mayor's report? Seeing none, we will move on to item number 4, and that's the city manager's report. Harold.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council. To start off, before I open up for questions with regard to any questions with regard to the memo that's already included in your packet, last week was a week of showing appreciation to our employees all week long, and a couple of expressions of gratitude. First and foremost, to our employees that work hard every day, and they definitely deserve our appreciation. They probably deserve it more than just a week of the year, but last week in particular, we were focused on that. They do great work. We have great staff that continue to give their best and work with pride every day. I'd also like to express gratitude to the Employee Recognition Committee that helped organize last week and had a lot of work, including organizing a picnic last Thursday that was open to the public and to all employees and their families to come join us. And we had an opportunity to celebrate several employees that had work anniversaries last week. There is included with the city manager's memo a report of all those employees that were recognized last week, including one employee that was recognized for 35 years of service to our community and to this organization. So again, my public gratitude to our employees and our employee relations committee that pulled that off. It was a great week, and we have great staff, and I look forward to working with them for the next year. With that, another note of business is typically this would be a meeting that the finance director would provide a brief finance report underneath the city manager's report. And given that we'll be doing a budget presentation later on in the meeting, we felt that was a significant financial report, and he'll highlight some elements as part of that report as well. So that portion will be integrated into that presentation later on in the meeting. With that, I'd open for any questions that the council may have with regards to the city manager report and the department head report that's included in your packet.
Any questions for the city manager? Seeing none, thank you, Harold. Before we move into the Planning Commission, just a quick preview here of the agenda. We'll go through the Planning Commission, the public hearings, the consent items, discussion for that, go through our action items. After our action items, we will take about a 10 to 15-minute recess to kind of reset for our budget presentations, and then that recess should get us to the end of the agenda. So if there are no questions on that, we will move on to item number 5, which is the Planning Commission. 5.2, the public hearing, zoning map amendment, Thompson's 5th edition. Is this, what are the wishes of the council? Oh, this is a public hearing, I'm sorry. I didn't catch that. Public hearing. So now is an opportunity for those who wish to speak in favor of 5.2 or speak against item 5.2 on the agenda. Second call for any comments on 5.2. Seeing no comments, what are the wishes of the council?
Mr. Mayor?
Mark,
Mr. Mayor, I move we close the public hearing and approve the item.
we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a second by Lisa. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Blessum,
Yes.
Fuller,
Yes.
Janser,
Yes.
Olson. Yes. Pittner,
Yes.
Ross,
Yes.
Samuelson.
Yes.
Motion carries. Moving on to item number 6 on the Planning Commission, the public hearing, the Renaissance Zone final approval, case number M102-108 Main Street South. Now is an opportunity for those who wish to speak in favor of or against this Renaissance Zone final approval. Now is your opportunity to step forward. Second call for comments on item 6.1, Renaissance Zone final approval. Seeing none, what are the wishes of the council?
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing and approve it.
We have a motion by Rob, a second by Paul. Any further discussion? Mike?
Mr. Mayor, one thing that I wanted to point out with this item, for those that may have gone through the packet, and this is really for the public, as you scroll through there, you'll actually come across an email that's from my office with my name attached. And I wanted to let everybody know that because of that, I checked with the city attorney to make sure that there was no conflict that we thought was here. And just to be clear about that, while we do business with the House and we take care of them at our accounting office with many of their needs in that regard, I have no financial interest whatsoever in the projects that they're doing or anything related to the Renaissance Zone. So I just wanted to be clear about that because I actually found it interesting as I scrolled through the packet and found my name on my card there. So just want to make sure the public understood that.
That happened so quickly. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Fuller,
Yes.
Janser,
Yes.
Olson. Yes. Pittner,
Yes.
Ross,
Yes.
Samuelson,
Yes.
Blessum.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Motion passed. Moving on to item 6.2 on the Planning Commission agenda, Renaissance Zone conditional approval case M106-110 4th Avenue Northwest. What are the wishes of the council?
Move approval.
We have a motion by Lisa. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Paul. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? What's that?
It's a public hearing.
Didn't see that.
They're all under public hearing, Tim.
My mistake. Let's go back again. It's under a public hearing. My mistake. So now is an opportunity for those who wish to speak in favor of or against item 6.2. Second call for those who wish to speak in favor of or against item 6.2, Renaissance Zone conditional approval. Seeing none, what are the wishes of the council?
Mr. Mayor, I would move that we close the public hearing and approve the item.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Rob. Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Olson,
Yes.
Pittner,
Yes.
Ross,
Yes.
Samuelson,
Yes.
Blessam,
Yes.
Fuller,
Yes.
Janser. Motion passed.
Motion passed. Moving on to the final public hearing, a special use permit for additional animals requested. Now is the time for those who wish to speak in favor of or against this conditional use permit approval. Second call. Seeing none, what are the wishes of the council?
Mr. Mayor, I move that we close the public hearing and approve the item.
We have a motion, is there a second?
Second.
We have a second by Mike. Discussion. Is there any discussion? Harold?
If I may, Mr. Mayor, this is an item that, as we discussed, as part of our management team in preparing the agenda, this goes through the process, but I asked the police chief if there's any time that we actually deny these requests, and he's not aware of any. This may be an ordinance that may be worth revisiting, because it does allow an opportunity for a neighbor to come and speak to the council with regards to the number of animals allowed at a residence beforehand, but if the ordinance never really translates into denial, then I question the purpose of the ordinance. Not that tonight's action shouldn't go forth, but I just want to identify this as a potential point of conversation and review later on down the road if the council would like to take a look at it.
Thanks, Harold. Mike?
Yeah, I appreciate that, Harold. I think that's a mentality that we should have all the time. I think that's a perfect place for us to take a look at that. The one thing that I do like about this is the way that this one came through is that we do get feedback, and the only feedback we got on this one was all very positive. The neighbors expect them. They're wonderful pet owners, and they take care of things. And so I was glad to see that. But I do think that is the thought process we should always have, is to make sure that the ordinance matters if we have it.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Bittner,
Yes.
Ross,
Yes.
Samuelson,
Yes.
Blessam,
Yes.
Fuller,
Yes.
Janser,
Yes.
Olson.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Moving on to item 7, that's our consent agenda, consent items. We have 11 items on our consent agenda. We've been asked to pull 7.6 for further consideration. At this time, are there any other items that need to be pulled? Any other items? Seeing none, what are the wishes of the council?
I'd move to approve the remaining items.
Second.
We have a motion by Mike, second by Paul. Is there any further discussion? Any further discussion? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Blessam,
Yes.
Fuller,
Yes.
Janser,
Yes.
Olson,
Yes.
Bittner,
Yes.
Ross, Samuelson.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Moving on to item 7.6, that was pulled. What are the wishes of the council? The bid for the 2-ton pickup trucks with dump beds.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Mark?
I'll move the staff recommendation for the successful bidder.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. And at this time, I will turn it over to Rob. You're the one, Alderman Fuller asked for it to be pulled.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I asked for this consent item to be pulled because I do have some questions. And so I just want to make sure I'm looking at it correctly. So we received 2 bids for our RFP, one from a local business and one from an out-of-state business. Both bids came back under budget. We had budgeted $100,000 per vehicle. One of the bids came back at a $73,000 plus change from the out-of-state bidder, and the other bid came back at $79,000 plus change from the local bidder. We currently have a motion to approve the lowest bid to Nelson's Auto in Fergus Falls, Minnesota. My concern and my question revolve around this decision. We have a bid from a local company that is within 10% of the lowest bid, and we considered passing on that to take an out-of-state bid. Why? To save $12,000? I mean, let's consider the broader impact of this decision. This local business pays property tax to our city. I looked it up. They've paid several $100,000 last year alone in property tax, and they've been paying property tax here for years. While there's no city sales tax on vehicles, the local business also pays that sales tax on parts and service and everything that they do. Additionally, all their employees who live here in Minot pay property tax and sales tax to the city. In my mind, this just isn't about saving $12,000 on 2 trucks. It's about supporting our local economy. I believe it's time we start reinvesting the money that is paid in by the people and businesses in our community back into our community. We're fine with spending $1 million on land purchase. We're fine with spending $1 million on consultants, but we hesitate when we're going to ask to spend $12,000 extra to support a local business. Would we really rather spend that money out of state? Honestly, I mean, the local bidder is a reputable, well-known business that's been in Minot for decades. They support the community in numerous ways and contribute significantly to our economy. In contrast, the out-of-state bidder has given nothing to our community. This isn't about favoritism. I know people are going to say, oh, favoritism, good old boys club. This isn't about favoritism or maintaining the good old boys club. This is about reinvesting our tax dollars back into our community and supporting our local people and businesses. I believe we really need, as a council, to sit down and relook at our policies and tweak them to prioritize local businesses over out-of-state options whenever it's feasible. We're not obligated by any means to take the lowest bid, especially when considering the broader economic impacts and benefits of supporting our local businesses. In conclusion, I'd like to change the motion that we accept the bid from the local business and purchase the vehicles in town here. I think this is the best decision for our community as a whole, and I urge the council to consider this. Let's keep our money within our community, support our local businesses, and strengthen our local economy, which we know in today's world and economy, everyone can use the help. That's it.
Lisa?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. In response to Alderman Fuller's words, I couldn't agree more that we should support our local businesses. And I was part of a committee a handful of years ago that actually wrote the buy local policy that the city follows. And in that, we did spend a lot of time with local businesses. And their request was to have a seat at the table, have an opportunity to be able to bid, but all of them understood that if they did not have the lowest bid, that they would not be given the project or we would not purchase the items from them. And while $12,000 may not seem a lot, in this situation, I think most will argue that $12,000 is significant and can be spent somewhere else. So since we have a policy, and I would believe that the city has followed it, I think that that's what we need to do and honor the lowest bidder.
Mr. Mayor,
Mike.
just actually a point of order. I think Rob brought an amendment.
Well, it was actually, he wanted to change it, so we still are gonna have discussion. It wasn't brought up as an amendment. He wanted to change the motion. So we have a motion on the floor. He didn't ask to amend it, he asked to change it.
Okay.
So-
So was it your original motion? Who was the original? We have a motion to approve, right?
Mark made the original.
I made the original motion.
Yeah. And Paul
So
seconded.
is he asking Mark to change the motion? Is that where we're at then? I don't want to shortchange the discussion. We'll have it. I just want to make sure that we've got the motion on the floor we're looking for.
Rob, what was your intent?
My intent was to ask us to amend the motion to buy the vehicles locally rather than go into Fergus Falls. So however we need to do that,
And so, Mayor, I would concur with your prior statement that that's substantively changing the motion to another vendor. And so I would recommend that you vote on the motion on the floor, and if that fails, then entertain that as a separate motion.
Does that make sense? Mark, or I saw somebody with their hands up. Mark?
Yeah, I guess I'll speak to this just a little bit. For decades, I was part of a small business in this community, and on a regular basis, we submitted bids to the city and the school district and many other public entities. Sometimes we were the low bid, and sometimes we weren't. Sometimes we couldn't meet the spec. But always understood that if we wanted to get the business, we needed to be able to provide the right product, and we needed to be the low bid, because those organizations were making sure that there was good stewardship of the organization's dollars as they were making those buying decisions. And so while I'm all in favor of supporting local business, but I think if we're gonna change a policy, then we better figure out what it's going to be rather than picking a one-off and doing something on the fly.
Mr. Mayor.
Hang on. We'll go with
I
Paul
got
first.
maybe a question for staff. When we solicit bids, obviously, we've got two submissions here. Is this other vendor that is the lower bidder, are they commonplace to bid on our projects, on our outputs, on the plans that we put out there? And how often do we usually get any more than 2 or 3? What is the commonplace, I guess? What are we seeing?
Mayor Ross, Alderman Pittner. For this bid, we did solicit multiple local vendors. We sent them out and made contact with multiple local vendors. However, we only received Wesley as one of the response from the local community, as well as Nelson as well. I would like to also add that Wesley did not meet spec as well. They exceeded spec, which is another deciding factor that we chose to go with Nelson Auto.
If I may
Go ahead.
continue. The only reason, and that's the only question I have for staff, the only reason I'm bringing it up is that the fear that I have of going down that road of bypassing the lowest bid and going to, a local vendor, again, yes, they're within a handful of thousands of dollars, but at what point do we stop getting bids from other outside vendors? At what point do we say, well, we're not gonna submit to Minot because they're just gonna go with somebody local anyway? So again, I think we need to maintain the common practice and the best practice available, and that is soliciting bids, taking the lowest bid. That's my opinion. That's why I'll support the motion that's on the floor.
Brian, was the RFP sent out as the lowest bid or the best bid?
Mayor Ross, in following the procedures outlined in the procurement guidelines, we went ahead and submitted the advertisement as a sealed bid due to the cost of the total acquisition itself. So this was requested as a total cost acquisition.
Rob?
Stephanie, you and I had talked about this. We are under no obligation. Our policy does not say we have to take the lowest bid as the city. Is that correct?
There's two, Mayor and Alderman Fuller, there's 2 criteria that you'll evaluate when awarding bids, and is it the lowest and best bid? So whether or not it's the best bid is also something that the council needs to weigh. Looking at the procurement policy here, it also says in requests for award of contract after bidding procedures. In addition to using the same factors described in this section, lowest and best bidder to determine the vendor, it shall give weight as it feels appropriate under the circumstances to the extent, if any, that an award to one particular vendor as opposed to another will benefit the local community. So that's also something that the city council can weigh in addition to cost when determining whether or not the bid is the lowest and best bid.
And then additionally, why do you think the other, oops, I'm sorry.
No,
Why
go ahead.
why do you think the other local bidders don't respond to our RFPs?
Mayor Ross, Alderman Fuller, I couldn't speculate as to why they haven't. I believe the specification that we did put out there was very clear. We did reach out to them as well on a separate occasion to give them an opportunity and bring to their attention the advertisement as well. So other than that, I could not speculate.
Mike?
So, Mr. Mayor, maybe for staff as well. So the way that I understand that then that you just read, Steph, is that it was contemplated and is in there that this is a factor that could be considered. I guess I'm a little uncomfortable with that suddenly it's just this one that we start up and away we go. But I guess the question is, do we know what the history has looked like? Has the council used that kind of criteria? Because it looks like it was contemplated and a possibility within the procurement guidelines.
And Mayor and Alderman Blessum, as I recall in my time here, I haven't seen someone weigh only the fact that they're a local vendor when considering a bid. Typically, it has to do, what they're also considering in addition to that is their history of working with that particular vendor or with that particular contractor and how that relationship has been with the city, if they've delivered the goods, if they've been as promised, things of that particular nature. I don't recall, but I would open the floor if somebody does recall an instance where this was something that the city considered.
Continue.
So if I can continue, Brian, also, I think you mentioned that they went beyond the RFP. So what did you mean by that exactly? Did they offer something better than we were asking for? Is that the idea?
Mayor Ross, Alderman Blessman. In this case, we put in there a specification for the bed length, and they actually exceeded the length by over 2 feet.
Okay, so that, in that case, that's not necessarily better, because you could be facing factors that make it not fit. So, right,
Negatives.
it's just different. Okay.
Any further discussion?
Mr. Mayor,
Lisa?
just a point of information on this. While Nelson Motors is not in-state, and it would be wonderful if we could have a dealership that would do some of this in-state bidding, oftentimes they have the whole state bid, so the state of North Dakota buys a number of vehicles through them because of the cost. So it's not just the city of Minot that's doing it, the state of North Dakota does it on a very regular basis.
Scott?
I want to mention too that, Beanzer brought up the state. The state does have in their procurement that you can go within 10%. You don't have to take the lowest bid. And I just think, from what Stephanie just read to us, I just think the intention of that was to go to the local whenever possible. And I think being within that 10%, it should be considered. As the motion stands now, I won't support it.
Mr. Mayor.
I think we have Finance Director Dave Lakefield.
Mayor Ross and council members, just a little insight. When we revised this procurement policy a number of years ago, we tried to be as streamlined as possible. And we did have a lot of lengthy discussion about a local preference. And there are some references to that in the procurement policy. One of them being that we should make every effort to reach out to at least one local vendor when obtaining quotes, those types of things. We had a lot of discussion about a local preference and some discussions on whether it should be, if it's within 2% or 3% or 10% or a dollar amount. And it was all over the board. If we're looking at a pickup at $75,000, well, that's not a small amount. 10% to that is $7,500, which is significant. But if we're looking at a construction project that is $40 million, 10% is now $4 million. And where do we draw the line on the dollar amount? On top of that, federal procurement guidelines prohibit the use of a geographical preference in the bid specifications. So if we're to allow this for one type of bidding, we have to make sure that that doesn't follow through, and it creates some complexity there too when we're doing other bidding projects. So the decision was made to reference the attempt to reach out to local vendors, but not to have a preference built into the policy.
Rob?
Dave, real quick. So just talking or thinking about how you talked about the policy, if we say we sit down and we relook at this as a council and we go, okay, under $1 million, if it's within 10% and it's local, there's more interest in the local economy than there is in the out-of-state. If it's $1 million to $5 million, it's 5%, and if it's over $5 million, it's 3%. Are you saying that wouldn't work if we looked at it that way?
Mr. Ross, or Mayor Ross and Alderman Fuller, if there are any federal dollars involved in it, that is prohibited. You cannot have a preference for geographical location. So
How about state and local, though?
Mr.
These aren't federal funds that we're using for this, correct?
Mr. Mayor Ross, Alderman Fuller, these are not. However, we have a lot of items that are grant funded, or if we use SRF funding as the debt instrument behind that, we have to abide by the federal rules. So there's a lot of cases where we use local funding to service the debt, but if we use SRF or some other type of debt instrument, we have to follow those federal guidelines.
Mike?
Just one last thing for me, at least. I'm uncomfortable with, again, jumping into this one as a new one-off thing. I think if we want to go this direction, and I think it is worthwhile discussion to revisit, I'd rather see the policy updated than pick and choose this one to have as a starting point. So I'll be yes on just moving forward with where we're at.
Just one last, Brian, real quick. Who's going to service and maintain these vehicles for us after we buy them in Fergus Falls?
Mayor Ross, Alderman Fuller, this has already been discussed. We are actually going to continue to be able to have Wesley's service it. It is going to be a local individual because we're Ford F-550 selected.
Thank you.
Seeing, Paul?
Just put a little bit of context in reference to the previous discussion of, the lowest bid or the, best bid. It was if my memory serves, that dealt with, and I won't say names, specific contractors that the city was in business with that had a failure, a record of failure producing and delivering on certain projects, that they may have been the lowest bid, but we knew that we were gonna run into headaches, or we had a reputation of running into delays that ended up skyrocketing costs. And that's to my memory, and anyone that was up here at the time, that was how that line got within that policy. So it was to maybe sidestep some contractors that we know that would be the lowest bid, but we knew in the end would be far more expensive.
Okay. Seeing no further discussion, please call the roll.
Just so we're all aware, it's to approve the bid from Nelson Auto Center.
Correct.
Janser,
Yes.
Olson,
Yes.
Pittner,
Yes.
Ross, Samuelson,
No.
Blessam,
Yes.
Fuller.
No.
Motion passed.
Moving on to item number 8 on the agenda, that is action items. Item 8.1, City of Minot Loyal Order of the Moose, Minot Lodge 822, eminent domain settlement. What are the wishes of the council?
Mr. Mayor,
Mark,
I move approval of the recommended action.
we have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
That was a second by Lisa. Discussion, any discussion? Steph?
Mayor, members of the council, I noticed in the memo that the financing portion is blank. So for the council and everyone else's knowledge, the funding is going to be 25% National Disaster Resilience Funding and 75% State Water Commission funds.
Any further discussion? Any discussion? Mike?
Can I, and Mr. Ackerman might have it, are we able to take a look at the map? I just want to make sure I'm clear, especially going forward, when we look at the maps, that I'm understanding what I'm seeing. So I just want to make sure I understand, because when we first got the item, I was worried that it was the building. That's where my mind went first, but it's actually not, right? It's cutting part of the parking lot, right? And is that what we've got?
If I can have Jen pull up, Jen, I sent a couple of PDFs. One, I think, said parcel A.
Yeah, we've got, it's over
Oh,
there, Ryan, if you want to.
perfect.
answer. Yeah.
Okay, excellent. So, yeah, parcel A is the parcel that is being acquired in fee. Because basically what's gonna happen there's gonna be excavation down into the diversion channel in that area, so it'll be basically unusable for anything else. And then there's also the acquisition of a flowage easement. So the Moose will still retain title to that property, but there'll be an easement recorded over that. As a part of that, I believe within the final settlement agreement, and Steph will have to confirm, but I believe there is a small shed that gets taken out as a part of the agreement. That flowage easement would be on Exhibit B, if that tracks
Yeah.
for you.
Can I
Continue.
And then just one last thing, do they, so does a dike go through there? Will they still have access from that side into the park and into that area, or is that cut off?
Basically, the area to the west of the Moose is all gonna be reconstructed as a part of the diversion. So that will look much different than
Completely
what it
different.
does today. So Moose Park, as we know it today, will be gone.
Okay.
Any further comments, any further questions of Ryan, since we have him up here? Mark?
Not a question for Ryan, but just a comment.
Thank you, Ryan.
These acquisitions for flood control are always difficult, and especially when it's a unique and kind of cherished property like this location of the Moose Club. And so it's good that we can get through these and not necessarily end up in court. And so I commend the staff and the parties involved in this on both sides.
Any further comments? Seeing none, we have a motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Janser,
Yes.
Olson,
Yes.
Pittner,
Yes.
Ross,
Yes.
Samuelson,
Yes.
Blessam,
Yes.
Fuller.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Moving on to item 8.2 on the action items, taxiway C rehabilitation bid award contracts and grants. What are the wishes of the council?
Move approval.
We have a motion for approval from Lisa. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Scott. Any further discussion? Any discussion? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Olson,
Yes.
Pittner,
Yes.
Ross,
Yes.
Samuelson,
Yes.
Blessam,
Yes.
Fuller,
Yes.
Janser.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Motion passes. Now moving on to item 8.3 on the action item, purchase of property, Lot 5, Kemper Addition, flood control acquisition. What are the wishes of the council?
Move approval.
We have a motion by Lisa to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mark. Discussion. I think we'll get some background from Jason.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, so optically, this probably looks weird, right? 2 weeks ago, council said, no, we're not gonna buy a piece of property. Now I bring it back with a different purpose and a different funding source. So I want to provide a little context behind what went into this and what's all happened over the last 2 weeks. So, so back on May 2nd, the Service River Joint Board, which I'm a member of, representing the city, we authorized a contract with Barr and Ackerman to reevaluate the preliminary engineering report from 2011, 2012. That was basically a broad scale look at the overall flood control project, and it looked at all the parts and pieces from a very high level. And now that we've designed, 4 or 5 pieces, and we've constructed quite a few in Minot, we've learned a few things. So we kicked that effort out with Barr and Ackerman to basically go back and reevaluate the PER and look at all these pieces a little more closely from, instead of 50,000 feet, maybe let's get down to 25,000 and see if we can refine these preliminary designs just a little bit. So that happened on May 2nd. On May 21st, there was an internal meeting with the Barr and Ackerman team where they started talking about some of these efforts that were going to go on. And so then on June 10th, they had an internal meeting that I wasn't a part of, where the Barr Ackerman team started talking about the Livingston Cooley option. And they'd kind of put together a design timeline over the next couple months. They're going to refine this design and bring in some more detail. So then on June 20th, during a normally scheduled design meeting that I have with the engineers on the different projects, I had made mention in regard to something that we had an offer in on the Kemper property. And at that time, Ryan had made a comment that, oh, that's good. He said, he said, we're evaluating something. I think that piece of property is going to be necessary for flood control. And that's all I knew about it at that time. I didn't know about this internal effort and what they had going on. So when I brought this on July 1st, it was, future opportunity for the Public Works Complex and making sure we had the ability to kind of expand our operation a little bit, give us a little more room. We're pretty constrained with a lot of the buildings that we've moved onto that property. Council, obviously, that was a 3-3 tie. There was talk of this coming back for reconsideration tonight. And so on the 2nd of July, Ryan called me. He's like, whoa, we weren't expecting that to weren't expecting it, but now that council declined that, we need to take a closer look at this before we just let this opportunity leave us. So Ryan ramped up, with the Barr Ackerman team, they ramped up a quick design exercise to refine this Livingston Cooley option. And so they kicked that off on, the 2nd. They presented me a memo on the 10th. So they dug into this, they put some engineering effort into it, and there's some really, really good reasons why we should purchase this land for a future flood control project, or a value engineering opportunity, basically, a different way to look at what the original concept in the PER was, and it potentially saves us a lot of money on future flood control costs. So with that context, I want to turn it over to Ryan and he can explain the engineering involved and what all happened here, and kind of why we're here tonight talking about flood control. So.
Thank you, Jason.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Ryan Ackerman, Ackerman S. Fold. Jason covered the timeline here, so I'm not going to go through that at all. I'll try to be brief in my remarks. A lot of this is contained within the memo, but I've answered a couple of questions from aldermen since we sent this memo in last week, so I wanted to make sure all that information is in the hands of all the council here. A little bit of background. Livingston Coulee is a large regional drainage. It drains several thousand acres, about 25,000 acres, approximately 40 square miles, including land up by the Air Force Base. So it's a really large drainage. Okay, it ties into the Mouse River just west of the Minot Public Works facilities in southeast Minot. Livingston Coulee will be a mapped system similar to the Mouse River once the new FEMA maps become effective. For context, in terms of what the Livingston Coulee watershed can yield, the 1% annual chance for the 100-year flood in Livingston Coulee is estimated to be 1,500 cubic feet per second under future developed conditions. That's 670,000 gallons a minute. So why are pump stations necessary? This is a question from that we received from one of the aldermen. Well, what I've got shown here up on the screen, in the dark blue would be the shading that would represent water flow in the Mouse River when the 27th Street diversion is actuated. So water would be flowing from left to right. North in this figure is up and to the left. If we don't have a pump station and Livingston Coulee starts to yield runoff, we could have interior flooding. Okay, so we have to address that interior flooding by installing pump stations. Now, in our baseline condition, when essentially we're letting Livingston Coulee come into that area between the closure gates on the river, the pump station capacity is estimated to be 500,000 gallons per minute. And you may say, well, you just said 670, why 500? One of the reasons is we get attenuation of flow because of the storage available to us between the gates within the river. So that required pump station capacity is a little bit less. The capital cost of a 500,000 GPM pump station is estimated to be $80 million. So it's a very expensive piece of infrastructure. So our crew began the evaluation of a couple of different techniques to try and reduce the required size of that pump station. Ultimately, what we're looking to try and implement is a storm sewer or ditch system to bypass Livingston Coulee flows around the flood protection system, basically to try and reduce the required size of that pump station. A couple things have to come into play here. We have to capture flows far enough upstream on Livingston Coulee to be able to utilize gravity to convey those flows to the Mouse River. And where we discharge into the Mouse River, we have to be far enough downstream where water surface elevations are going to be low enough to avoid potential for that water to back up and flood us from within, basically. So a couple of early routes that our team considered here, and this is just a high-level screening analysis that was done, within a couple of hours, basically. But we looked at 3 different routes for this potential. The orange route would be, I guess I'll call it the Burdick 31st Street Golden Nugget route. There's about 4,800 linear feet of feature there, primarily box culvert. We'd have some fairly moderate utility and roadway impacts, access impacts during construction. There would also be major private property impacts, in particular on the south side of that alignment. The 35th Street alignment, which ultimately this is the one that we're recommending here, that's about 3,400 linear feet. There are some deep excavations on this in the order of 30 to 35 feet, particularly through the lot that the city may be considering purchasing. And then we also looked at another route to the east. This one really is not feasible. These are very deep excavations. That's the green route that's identified there. So what we carried forward for further analysis was the 35th Street route. So a couple of different subsets within this route that we've identified as value engineering alternatives 1 and 2. Alternative 1 would be basically a box culvert from north to south, all box, about 3,042 linear feet of box culvert. There's some excavation on the north end and also a control structure that gets placed on Livingston Coulee. The difference between alternatives 1 and 2, you can kind of see it on the screen here. I'll go back to alternative 1. That purple line is box culvert alignment. With alternative 2, we have the opportunity to construct an open ditch through the Kemper property. In that case, we'd have 126,000 cubic yards of excavation, but considerably less box culvert, and that results in additional cost savings. So what happens to the pump station size if we do this diversion? Well, if we do this diversion of Livingston Coulee, the required pump station size drops to 14,000 gallons a minute. For context, if you're familiar with the station that the flood control project built at Perkett, near the Perkett ditch, that's about 45,000 gallons per minute. So it's about 1/3 of the size of that facility. The estimated capital cost of a pump station of that size would be about $4.2 million. So considerably less than 80. So a comparative cost analysis here of the different alternatives. Our baseline concept is $80 million in terms of capital cost, and then we have value engineering alternatives 1 and 2. From the joint board perspective, we're looking to deliver the most cost-effective project from a capital and an operating cost perspective. So you see the potential savings there on the far right side in the green. That value engineering alternative 2 could deliver upwards of $44 million of capital cost savings. In addition, the operational cost savings associated with that are going to be significant. We haven't done a detailed exercise, but our estimate for operational cost savings is in the order of $1 million a year, less expensive for either of the value engineering alternatives as compared to the baseline. So again, for the cost reasons alone, our recommendation is that the City of Minot endorse pursuing value engineering alternative 2. Want to point out that it should be noted that the use of state flood control funding for property acquisitions will likely result in deed restrictions on the acquired property, which would prohibit the placement of permanent non-flood control structures on that property. Mr. Mayor, I take any questions from the council.
Do we have any questions of Ryan? Mike?
Thanks, Ryan. So just to clarify the Livingston Coulee alternative. So we're talking about an event there where we would have a flood event going on, something that's causing us to use all the diversions through town, everything rolling, correct? But then also on top of that, Livingston Coulee would have to be experiencing an event likely from something atmospheric, right? It would be, you'd have a terrible rainstorm that's also filling that. And it's not, in my mind, and you'd have to tell me about the engineering side of it, in my mind, it's relatively unlikely those things would occur because our flooding doesn't occur because it rains in Minot. We all know that, right? I mean, that's not the primary factor at the very least. So when we're looking at that, what are we really looking at in terms of a use? Are we way out on the limb here as to what could potentially happen, and it's an $80 million bill to protect? Now, I see the map and I know what that looks like and what it backs up to. None of us want that, but I guess, I don't know if that's exactly a question, but I guess I just want to know what that limb looks like. Is it very minor?
Mr. Mayor and Alderman Blessum, great question. The way that we do the final sizing for pump station is we go through what's called a coincident frequency analysis, and I don't want to get too deep into the weeds here, although my tendency is to go there. I'm going to do my best to stay above them. Essentially, we evaluate the statistical chance of a flood occurring in the Mouse River while the diversion is actuated, that while at the same time there would be some sort of a rainfall event happening on Livingston Coulee. One of the things that does kind of work against us in this scenario is how our system is operated and how it's set up. So we have 3 flood control reservoirs above Minot, right? As a result of that, typically when we see a flood threat, it's going to be an extended period of time because they're going to be doing a regulated release out of those reservoirs. So we do have this period of vulnerability that's rather extended. And while we certainly don't recognize like significant flooding from Livingston Coulee today, like in Minot proper, we also don't have gates on that system, right? So this is a little bit different. But you're asking the right questions. It is an infrequent event, but again, the 100-year flood, which flood insurance is based on, the 2011 flood, which happened here, those are also infrequent events, and we try to find that appropriate balance between risk management and capital cost.
Can I continue?
Continue.
Okay, so another probability exercise maybe here. So if we moved forward, let's say with alternative two, which is the open ditch, 30 some feet deep. I guess if you had to put a number on it right now, in 15 years, if we do this tonight, in 15 years, will that ditch be there and will the diversion be built as we expect and we're talking about tonight? What's your probability on that if we move forward?
Mr. Mayor, Alderman Blessum, probability from my perspective is high. I'm going to say 90% plus.
Okay.
Because we are on a funding plan with our state legislature that's going to allow us to basically finish out this project within about 10 years.
Okay, and if I can continue, sir. So, and I guess maybe the loaded part of my question is we got to this point based on a set of work that you guys have done. You're able to put some time to it, which is what a lot of this stuff takes. You really put your mind to one spot to take a look at it. Is it also possible that another alternative comes up? And I guess that's kind of where the probability comes for me, because we're going to do work through this area one way or the other. Is there another one? And I think the way I put it when I talked to you on the phone this week was, if we go forward with this, I don't want to be 68 and drive by the Kemper property and see a public works building on it. I mean, that's just being blunt. And so that's why I'm asking about the probabilities. I think we all have to consider the idea that spending $300,000 to save over $40 million. I mean, seems like a no-brainer, right? But that assumes that everything we've talked about so far happens exactly as we're saying it's going to. And that's why I'm curious about those probabilities. So you feel strongly with that, though, it sounds like.
Mr. Mayor, Alderman
Ryan,
Blessum.
can you, just before, can you raise your podium up or speak a little bit tighter into the microphone? Oh, you can do that too. Get comfortable.
Mr. Mayor and Alderman Blessum, this feels really awkward.
Well, there's a
I
button
could
that you
hear
can
you,
raise
but-
it. There's a button there, Ryan, that you can raise it up.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor and Alderman Blessum, thank you for the lesson on how to raise the podium.
You're not blushing either.
To get to Alderman Blessum's question, he asked the question about how confident we are in this. I mean, it's an honest assessment to say we don't know with certainty that this is the way that this is going to play out. I mean, but I would say we're 90% confident that if this alternative we're 90% confident that this alternative is the best idea to address this particular problem, and that this project, if the council endorses it, the joint board endorses it based on it being the lowest cost alternative, that's the way the project's going to look. So,
Rob,
Real quick, Ryan, and I guess kind of tag teaming off of what Mike said. He said the number 300,000. Can you explain to everybody why that number is different from the 920,000 that they're asking to purchase this?
Mr. Mayor and Alderman Fuller, I'm going to speculate, but you have a purchase price of $920. So if you use state water commission funding to do this acquisition, 75% of that acquisition price will be state dollars, and the balance would be local city sales tax.
So we basically get reimbursed for 75% of the purchase price, is that?
75% of the flood control acquisition, yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
any other questions of Ryan? Scott?
So then if it's reimbursed for flood control, then in the future, that's what it would have to be used for, correct?
Mr. Mayor, Alderman Samuelson, I would say yes. However, it's not the Service River Joint Board or Ackerman Esfold that has the contract with the state, it's the city of Minot. So the typical contract terms with the state of North Dakota are that any property that's acquired using flood control dollars has to be deed restricted.
Jason, do you have anything to add to that?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Alderman Samuelson. So the memo recommends funding this using sales tax infrastructure dollars. So we would fund it up front. Then when we're reimbursed, then that money would, my understanding is that money would go back and reimburse the sales tax infrastructure fund where we have those funds.
But I think his question was limited on use, right?
Right. Yeah, when we get that back, the use for it would be for flood control or...
It's deed restricted, so we can't put any structures other than flood control things on it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. Any further discussion? Mike?
Okay, so this one got a lot of talk back and forth. When we met 2 weeks ago, this was a completely different process, or project, I should say. A couple things that as I talked to city staff, as I talked to Ryan about this, first word that came to my mind was shady. I fell back from there to maybe the word icky, just on the process now, okay? It felt like after the first meeting with a new council that something was being brought back because the result wasn't what was hoped for or expected. In the time during my discussions, we've come to the point where and that was why my questions came the way they did for Mr. Ackerman tonight, was what's the probability that this is actually the direction this is going to go? If it is, as I said a minute ago, it's very nearly a no-brainer. I don't know that we'll have many that will be this straightforward. You spend $300,000, or you spend $920, you get reimbursed 75% of that, and then down the road you save 40 million plus, and that's before inflation, because I assume we're using today's dollars. So that all seems relatively straightforward. So the real question in my mind becomes, how confident are we that this is where it's going to go? This is what's actually going to get to happen with the property and what's going to take place out there. And so at this point, I'll just be honest. I'm not all that comfortable. I may be more comfortable than I was because we're still in the same spot. We're taking a property off the market. We're taking an M1 property out there that, as far as I can tell, is ready for use and ready for someone else to take that on. And that's a big step for us and always should be when we take that step. So right now, just with the way the process has gone, I'm very torn, even as I sit here right now, on what my vote will be. And I just want to be clear about that and kind of throw it for the rest of the discussion.
Scott? Then we'll go to Rob.
I'm in agreement with Mike as far as the process that it goes. One thing that bothers me a little bit with one of the maps that Ryan put up there is that backflow in there would affect my house with that pump station. The optics of this, from what it was before and what it is now, I guess I agree with Mike, it just seems shady, but I do understand, and I accept what Ryan's telling us. I don't know that in 7 years when we get out there that there's going to be another option. Maybe there would be. I don't know, but I'm kind of torn between it also.
Lisa?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I'm sorry, Rob. I apologize.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I think the one thing that we can be confident in knowing is that if we do not purchase it tonight, it will be purchased by someone else, and all of our options will be taken away. If we do purchase it tonight and plans change, and sometimes plans do change, we realize that. We own a piece of property that we can sell. But if we don't buy it tonight, that option is gone.
Rob?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had a lot of concerns about this last week too. I met with city staff and everything on Friday. Again, the optics of this to the community and I think the council are pretty bad, at least in my opinion. Mr. Wolski last week or a week and a half ago, I believe, he wrote a great article about taking property off the property tax roll, the city owning it, and how much revenue we lose off of that. If you haven't seen it, I'd encourage you guys to go read it. One of the questions I had is, and to Lisa's point, there is another bidder out there, right? There's another bidder that's bid a little bit less than us. My question is, and I'm just going to speculate here a little bit, but what if it's a AGT who leases the building right next door to that property and is tired of their lease there, and they want to buy that property and put a $10 million investment into it and build a plant or a warehouse or something? We assess that property at $8 million. That's $120,000 a year in property tax we're giving away. I mean, that 1.2 million over 10 years and 6 million over 50 years. That's a lot of money. We've been talking up here about saving money, but we're going to take property off the tax roll that could benefit the city and economic development down the road. I think it's a fantastic plan I wish it had come to us this way originally. I wish this would have been the way it was brought to us 2 weeks ago. So we don't have, I mean, I received 6 emails over the weekend after everything, the agenda and stuff was put out about not buying this property again. And I'm sure we all received emails about not spending money on property. You know, if we can buy the property, get reimbursed and save $40 million, absolutely, that's fantastic. But at this point, with the way it's come to us, the way it's been presented one way and now presented another way, I think there's a lot of people in the community that are gonna have questions about this and wanna have some input on it. You know, we've made, and Lisa said, well, if we don't buy it tonight, this will happen. We have made so many rushed decisions over the last 10 years that have cost this city money, and I'm gonna talk about the parking garages, and now Broadway Circle, in my opinion. I mean, we make fast decisions, and then it ends up costing us in the long run as a city and a community. And quite frankly, that's why I ran. I'm tired of that. And so, you know, I don't know if this is the appropriate way to do it. Steph, you can tell me if it is or isn't, but I'd like to actually make an amendment to this motion that Mark put out, I believe it was Mark, to table this for 30 days and get community input. I mean, to see what the city has to say, to see what the citizens and the residents have to say about this. I'll be honest, if you guys come back and say, hey, we think this is a great idea, I'll absolutely vote for it. But as it sits right now, I can't support this just because of the optics on it. And I think the community wants to have a say. And here we are again, gonna go spend money without asking what they wanna do. It's their money. It's not our money, it's not my money, it's their money. So let's hear what they have to say. If we really want to talk about transparency and inviting the community to engage with us, as we've been doing over the last couple of weeks since the new members have been seated, I think this is a great opportunity to do that.
We have a motion to table. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. This is debatable?
It
Yeah,
is.
okay.
For discussion, one thing I will note is that with this particular purchase, I mean, there's nothing keeping the seller from selling the property in the meantime. So, I mean, if that option goes away off the table, the motion to table will become moot because there will be no property to purchase in the future. So, something for the council to consider.
Okay. Discussion. Any discussion? Seeing none, we have a motion to table for 30 days. Please call the roll.
Fuller,
Yes.
Dancer,
No.
Olson,
No.
Pittner,
No.
Ross,
No.
Samuelson,
Yes.
Blessam.
Yes.
Motion fails.
Motion fails. Moving on to the original motion to approve the purchase. Please call the roll. Oh, go ahead, Paul. I'm sorry.
I guess I wasn't here at the last meeting when this was discussed, so I'll take a moment to give my thoughts on it. This is part of the job. This is what we do. These decisions are given to us, and to say that they're rushed, I think, is a disservice a little bit to city staff. These are not rushed decisions. These are decisions that there's a great deal of discussion and thought that goes into them. Would I have liked this plan that was presented tonight to be the one that was presented previously? Absolutely. We always want all the information. That's I think everyone up at this dais would like all of the information when we're making decisions. The tough part is that you don't know what you don't know. And it's a testament to staff and to Jason to have these conversations with Ryan. In the meantime, to put pen to paper, to put thought to this, to say, hey, let's go down this rabbit hole and see where this might take us. And that's where we're at. It's the balancing act. It's, do the costs of today outweigh the benefits of tomorrow? Do we let the decisions of parking garages that were made before I was even on council, well, I don't even think I lived in mine at the time, affect my decision to do what's best for the community moving forward? The answer to me, in my own opinion, is no. I have to weigh not only what I want mine to look like today, tomorrow, but also 15, 20, 30 years from now. And if we purchase this property and we save money on flood control, $40 million, an opportunity that we won't have in 30 days, then great. If not, and it's a lot that sits right next to Public Works that allows for future growth for the city and cost savings down the future in 10 years when Public Works does need to grow at some point, or another department, the traffic department, which doesn't have a home right now due to that building being displaced from flood control. And the city has the ability to save money by purchasing it today versus 20 years down the road. I can support that. These aren't easy decisions. I get that. And the public do have an opportunity to give input. We got emails, like you said, Rob, we all got emails, and that's great. I'm happy to get the emails. I'm happy to hear from constituents that have concern. I'm glad they pay attention. We want more than that. We want them to come and be a part of budget processes, and that's great. That's the road we're on. So again, I'm going to support this item tonight because again, they're never easy decisions. And again, spending money is never easy. I know everyone likes to think that we just like to spend money, but we're trying to do what's best for the future of Minot. It might not be clear and concise today to see that benefit, but we do our best with the information we have today. And that's the information we have today, and that's why I'm going to support this item.
So before we go to the roll call, just a couple of final thoughts, I guess, weighing in a little bit here. You know, yeah, were the optics not the best? Absolutely, the optics were not the best. But I'll tell you, we've got a gentleman in our community who presented here tonight, Ryan Ackerman, who I consider is probably the most expertise, or is the expert when it comes to Souris River and flood protection. I remember growing up when we had the last flood control project. The city fought like heck to get, because that was it. We were protected. So we fought, we pressed our congressional delegation to get rid of flood insurance. Pressed. I remember covering those stories. And look what happened. So the probability, yeah, I hope that water never touches the flood walls. I hope. But we had the same type of feeling back in '76. Back in, the 80s, we had that same type of hope and that same type of feeling. So I'm going to support this. Yeah. Call the roll.
Olson,
Yes.
Pittner,
Yes.
Ross,
Yes.
Samuelson,
No.
Blissum,
No.
Fuller,
No.
Janser.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Moving on to item 8.4, City Council direction on RFP for Broadway Circle. What are the wishes of the council? Oh, go ahead.
Just so the council members are aware for this motion, I believe they're asking for different directions. So I believe Chris outlined a couple scenarios, and he might want to discuss them just
Correct.
before.
Okay, do we want to have that before a motion and
should have a
discussion? I
motion.
think we should have a motion and second before discussion.
Yep, you would just need to look at the scenarios and see which one outlined, and then you can have discussion on it after there's a motion and a second.
What are the wishes of the council? On item 8.4.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
I would move moving forward with scenario 2. I think that we need to do a bunch of work.
You need
Yep.
a second before you can discuss. I'll second it for the sake of discussion.
We have a motion and a second to approve alternative 2, discussion. And at this time, for some background, Chris, I'll turn it over to you.
Sure. Mayor Ross and members of the council, just want to give a brief update on the Broadway Circle project before the discussion. Currently, BCI and the OIG out of the federal government, they're still continuing their investigation as to the misappropriation of funds. We're continuing to turn over documentation to them, and they're looking at if there are going to be any charges against the individual. We've also worked with Project B. They have an insurance policy that was for their board members, and they have submitted a claim. We're still waiting the outcome of that. So there is a chance that we can get some of this $1.3 million back that way. So moving forward, construction of the project is about 85% complete, with the scheduled date of October 24th of being complete. Building A, which I have in your packet, is the commercial building where Oishi Ramen and the Lord's cupboard is currently. There is also an additional commercial space available in there, around 1,900 square feet that can be leased out for additional revenue. Building B, which is the family homeless shelter, will be 2 3-bedrooms as well as 4 2-bedrooms, as well as office space for a nonprofit or an individual to run other programs for residents or those affected by homeless. And then Building C, which is a 17-unit low to moderate income apartment complex. All of these have to have low to moderate income individuals. The 17-unit complex has to have 51% of the individuals there have to be certified as the low to moderate income. And this is for 20 years in both places. So for the next 20 years, 9 of those apartments need to be the low to moderate income. The other apartments can be rented at fair market rate. With that too, so now that we're getting to the completion stage, we did terminate the subrecipient contract with Project B due to misappropriation of funds. The city has been managing Oshi Ramen as well as the Lord's Cupboard, being the landlord and addressing their needs, as well as working with Matza Construction and the subrecipients in completion of the projects. Moving forward, staff would like direction from the council whether they would like to sell the property, recoup their money, lease the property for a certain amount of time, or a combination of both, or would the city like to retain ownership of the whole property and have individuals, nonprofits, run the homeless shelter as well as the low to moderate income apartment complex with the specifications outlined by the Federal Register.
Chris? You've been involved in this project for a long time, for quite a while. And at this point, this stage in the game, I mean, you've got your finger in the wind here. What are you hearing? Is there interest out there?
There is interest out there. However, one of the concerns is that if the city does decide to sell the project, is there a nonprofit entity that can afford that amount of money? Would that limit individuals from coming forward to offer those services? One thing we have to remember is that this project was an application in our National Disaster Resilience Competition, where the city was awarded $74 million, not just for Broadway Circle, but for acquisition, to help other projects such as Souris River, Milton Young Towers, the Center for Technical Excellence, as well as some infrastructure projects. So without that money, I know we keep hearing $1.3 million out of our reserves. Had we defaulted on that, we would have to pay that back to the federal government, and the Minot would be out that money without a chance to recoup it either through lease or the insurance policy with that we currently are waiting to hear back from Project B. So leasing it may be an option. One of the things, whoever is the entity or the nonprofit that can take it over can generate program income from rent or from other subsidies that they may have through Section 8 housing. And they can use that program income to work with programs that can assist those individuals living there, as well as maintaining the property and taking that load off the city.
Thank you, Chris. Mike?
One quick question. When does the 20-year period kick off? Is it when the other buildings are first occupied, or are we already in that because the money was received?
Mayor Ross and Alderman Blessum, it is from the point of occupancy. So the project has started a couple years ago with some hiccups, as I outlined in my memo. However, when the occupancy is certified, then that's when the 20 years begins.
Any other questions of Chris while he's up here? Thank you, Chris. Discussion, Mike?
Okay. So the reason that I decided to move option 2 is that while part of me says, man, let's get out from under this as fast as possible. We just don't want this on the books. I'm also not a fan of what I feel could be a perpetual cycle of a new entity coming on who's really strapped for the dollars, can't make the actual deal work, and failing again. And so I think the lease option, what I would actually say though is I would love to see us do sort of a lease to own. And I don't know if that's a possibility to put into a contract, to put into the RFP, but I would love to see something that said, you know what, yeah, it's going to start up as a lease, and provided that everything is met, that at the 10-year mark, the 12-year mark, whatever that is, that it reverts over and the actual deal itself has that mechanism built in. That's what I would love to see with it, because I do think we want to go that direction. The other, I guess, question I would have, and I'm not sure who even can answer it, but so right now it's 2 parcels.
Correct.
Could building A, I believe, which is the commercial property on Broadway, could building A be pulled off and sold as is? Is there any reason? And I can understand why having that as part of it for the program income could be helpful. I'm just wondering if that's another option that we should consider with the options we sort of have on the table right now.
Mr. Mayor, if I may respond. It's staff's opinion at this time that building A cannot be separated because you'd have to replat it, and both buildings would not be able to meet setbacks and separation requirements in accordance with current city ordinance and requirements, that they could both be legal lots individually. They are legal now with 2 separate buildings on 1 lot, but if you were separating those into 2 separate lots, neither one would be legal anymore.
Mike, before you go on, do you want to add that as a friendly amendment, the lease to own option to scenario 2?
Well, I guess I moved it, so it would be it's my original motion. So if the second's okay, well, it wouldn't, if the second's okay, it's just a friendly at the beginning, right?
No one objects to it.
Yeah.
You're good with it? The second's good with it? Is there any objection? Seeing none, we'll add that to we'll add the lease to own option to scenario.
If I could continue. Just so Harold, maybe just a little back and forth here on that. So with that, I mean, what are we talking about in terms of being out of what we would normally want to do for those lots? Is it substantial? Is it something? I mean, because we're on both sides of this. We're enforcing a rule for ourselves at this second. So how far off are we?
I guess I'll defer to, the mayor just bought me a new computer. No, just kidding. I'll defer to Doug, our city planner, who's probably more educated on our lot requirements and the challenges with platting both of these separately.
This,
You're good.
Mayor Ross, Alderman Blessing, this would be an issue of district design standards. Would be my understanding. I believe these properties are zoned C2, most along that area are. So it would be lot size requirements and also side yard setback requirements. The uses would come into play since there's a residential mixed use here. We would be dealing with buffer yard requirements and things of that nature. I would have to look at the plat to give you any specific design standards that we would be running afoul of, but having 2 buildings on the same property would run afoul of our design standards as well. So it would really be an issue of granting ourselves a variance and treating the city differently than we would treat a commercial developer.
And if I could continue, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Yeah, so, and really I think the bigger point in my mind would be when we come out the back end of the 20 years and there's no longer restrictions on it based on where the money originally came from, and they're all privately owned, we're in a whole different world then, because now it is all privately owned and they're all not meeting what our planning would be. And so, I mean, I can understand those concerns, but it did make me wonder if, because building A just isn't really a part of the back couple buildings, I'll let it go for there, because I don't want to keep rolling here, but.
Rob?
And I see where you're coming from, Mike, on the lease to own option. I would prefer to probably just get rid of it, and why I'm saying that, because let's say we send out an RFP, we find a nonprofit entity to go ahead and come in and run this. We get it going. A year from now, that entity starts to go under, just like the last 2 did. Who's responsible then for the operational costs? Are we going to kick all those people out of there and say, hey, there's nobody running this? Or is it going to be us, the citizens, again, paying the bill because we made a bad decision here tonight? I mean, and I don't know who can answer that question, that who will be responsible for the operational costs if the nonprofit entity decides to tank again?
Mike?
Just to continue on that, I think we'll be right back where we are. And I'm with you, believe me. I think, to me, what this comes down to is we're working through sort of the worst of all the options that we're going to end up with here. And so I guess the question would be is, do we want to have that purchase moving? I guess maybe if the purchase is there and it fails, maybe we're in a whole different world. But then we're back into a federal dollars default that really heads us down a bad path, I think, and we have less control of it if we're not owning the property at that point. I see Steph nodding. I think that would make sense to me, that we may have even bigger issues if we didn't own it at that point.
Mr. Lakefield's coming up. We'll get some.
As he's coming, if I may, just kind of weigh in, as Mr. Plank said, at the end of the day, the grant fundings come through the city from the federal government. We have a responsibility as the main recipient to ensure compliance for 20 years. We can pass that obligation on to a subrecipient in so long as they perform, but at such time that subrecipient defaults, as occurred here just several months ago, it's ultimately the city that's on the hook and responsible back to the federal government for compliance with regards to that. There isn't really any way around that. The question is which alternative do you want to explore in maintaining that compliance going forward? And I think the discussion and the questions are all valid and important parts of the conversation as you deliberate which is the best way forward.
Mr. Lakefield.
Mr. Mayor, Alderman Blessum, I've been pretty vocal in my preference in this project when it comes to the sale or the lease, and I would prefer the lease. And I think that gives us a little bit more control of the project. As you alluded to, this will be, I think, the third time the city has owned this property now in this course of events. There were deed restrictions in place before. The city is going to be married to this project for the next 20 years, whether we sell it, give it away, lease it, whatever we do. We're going to be in the mix of that for the next 20 years. With the lease, we have a little bit more control and some recourse if this thing goes sideways, because we still own the property, the underlying property. And just based on past experience, we'll use the parking garages as a wonderful example of this. And when it came right down to the resolution of that case, I believe the underlying thing that helped the city prevail was that was established on a ground lease, and we could clearly show that they defaulted on the lease, and that they were in default of the agreement and hadn't followed what they said they were going to do, which allowed us to get a judgment and potentially recover some of those funds. If that had been signed over or deeded over to the company, I think it would have been a lot less likely that we would have prevailed or recovered any of that. So my preference, just for that fact, is it gives us a little bit more control. And then, what's going to happen to that property at the end of this 20-year affordability project? If the company decides maybe homelessness is not a problem 20 years into the future, it's a property that's located right on Broadway. It's going to have some value at some point in the future. If that's no longer needed as a family homeless shelter or low-income housing, the city could divest of itself of that property at some point in the future, potentially at an appreciated value.
Mr. Mayor, if I could continue. So Dave, with that, so right now, though, if we just playing devil's advocate to my own motion here, but if we went the other direction, we sold it off, we could recoup what we put into it, theoretically, right? Because right now we could sell it. Whoever's taking it on would have the same restrictions. All that would be there if we were. I mean, not that we can necessarily get what we think the market value is, but we could easily get back what we've got in it for this portion of it, and get it off our books if we did go that direction. I understand all the risks, and that's why my mind went this way in the first place. But that is the alternative, right? Is to recoup the funds that we've put into it and get out from under it.
Mr. Mayor and Alderman Blessum, I think it's unlikely that you find a buyer, a nonprofit buyer that's going to operate the homeless shelters that is going to have the capital up front to purchase the property to recover all of that cost. I think that's highly unlikely. I've been wrong before, so I could be surprised. I just think it's an unlikely scenario, and it introduces some complexities in evaluating the RFPs if we have too many options available, purchase, lease, those types of things. So I think that's why we're looking for some direction here to come up, and we need to get this project moving too. The construction will be finished up, and we have to get through the process to get that thing operating.
Can I continue one more, Mr. Mayor? Can you comment on the lease to own, which is actually the motion right now? Does that kind of bridge that gap just a little? Does it, I mean, because the vision I have is we have somebody that comes in and they've been operating it successfully for 10 years and it's on track, and we're able to get out and be done sooner. That's what I'm hoping for. What are your thoughts there? Is that helpful? Is that just a constraint that doesn't need to be there? What are your thoughts?
Mr. Ross, Alderman Blessum, I still think we run into some challenges with that. The affordability period under the subrecipient agreement is going to be 20 years. So anything short of that 20-year period, I think, introduces another level of complexity that we may or may not have to deal with at some point. And then it's just another variable to put into the evaluation process. What will that purchase price, or in the future, will there be a nominal payment at the end of 10 years? In essence, we're just signing it over to them. What does that look like 10 years in the future? If I can just continue, I think the critical part here is that we get that project up and operating and get them going. And I would say there would be nothing stopping us from coming back and reevaluating that at some point in the future if they're successfully operating it and it looks like that they're going to make a go of it.
Paul?
Yeah, I guess, Dave, you kind of answered that, and if you could speak a little bit more into what are the complexities if we just left it open for an RFP for someone to lease it or to buy it outright, and we have all those options come to us as a council, and we weigh those individually, or you put a committee together, an RFP committee, and come up with a recommendation for the council, and let us wade through the options. If there's a nonprofit that comes with a lease to own option or a lease option, and there comes someone that wants to just buy it outright. What are the complexities that come into play that maybe make that not the best option?
Mr. Mayor, Alderman Pittner, somehow we have to, assuming that we receive multiple proposals to operate this, we have to be able to have a grading criteria to make the decision of what is the most responsible proposal that we've received and approve that. So on a lease basis, and especially a lease to purchase, it's one thing if it's just going to be a steady lease amount for a number of years based on a dollar amount. If there's going to be some type of buyout at the end or something, or for a sliding scale for the rent, that is something we would have to evaluate. And when we advertise for the RFPs, we have to put in there the criteria that we're going to use to evaluate the responses. So I would be under the assumption that the first and foremost is going to be the actual operation of the shelter in the facility, and the financial aspect of it is probably going to be secondary.
Any other comments or questions from Mr. Lakefield? Thank you, Dave. Any further, Harold?
Just for clarification on the motion as amended, and that is within the staff memo, it does stipulate that the council can determine a minimum lease price to start at. And I didn't hear anything in the motion with regards to that, and that's fine if you don't want to include that, but I want to make sure the council was aware that they can make direction on that to staff if that's what you like as we finalize the RFP that'll come back to you at a future date for approval before it goes out for bid.
Do we know the lease structure and lease amounts of the commercial property or of the apartments? Do we have like a fee schedule, a rent roll on projections?
Mayor Ross, Alderman Pittner. Currently, right now, we do have the Oishi Ramen lease is up in December, so that will be renegotiated. The Lord's Cupboard lease is about 2 or 3 years out to be negotiated. With that, so with those will be renegotiated with that. As far as the rents go, HUD does have a standard for rent that they can charge, and for example, Minot Housing Authority with their vouchers, they have certain amount that they can charge for rent based on whether you're extremely low income, or moderate income, and then the voucher according. But the other ones that are not marketed towards the low to moderate income could be at regular market rate.
If I just continue, I would say we defer to come up with a minimum lease price until we can see, to make sure there's feasibility for this project to move forward. If a nonprofit does come forward and wants to lease this place, we can zap all the rent and charge it an exorbitant amount, or we can make it so that it works, so we can ensure that this project is best set up for success. So I would defer that to staff through the negotiation process.
Just for a point of conversation, so assuming that the council at least wanted a minimum, wanted to recoup the 1.3 million that we've invested into this out of reserves, not factoring in interest rates, that would be $65,000 a year over a 20-year period to recoup that. So I would recommend at least at a minimum that it not be leased for any less than that.
Mike?
So Harold, with that, I mean, would you like to see that included in the motion, or is it just something we sort of understand?
I was just pointing out for the council that if you have concerns that you want to guarantee a certain amount of a return on investment on that the council can provide that direction now as we're preparing the RFP. If you don't want to, that's fine. There's no requirement that you have to. But if that's guidance you want to provide staff, now's the time to do it.
Mark?
I guess to that point, I think the goal here is to get the project up and running. The challenge has always been, how are the operational costs going to be covered by a charitable entity or not nonprofit that's doing it? And let's not forget that this apartment building and owning the commercial property came into the picture to facilitate that. So if indeed the city has put some additional money into it, but if we prioritize getting that money back, it may mean that the other $6 million that came from the federal government to get this set up and going continues to have challenges because we're just trying to get our money back in X amount of time. So, I mean, whoever said a couple minutes ago that the important thing is to find an entity that wants to do this and give them a good opportunity to make it work. And I think that's where we have to come from.
Paul?
Thank you. Just a question for Chris. Chris, you had mentioned that there was an insurance claim. Any timeline on that? Because that's another possible way that the city could recoup some of its investment.
Mayor Ross and Alderman Pittner, I'm not sure when that timeline is. I know Steph, our city attorney, has been in contact with their attorney on a regular basis, looking for that, as well as any other items that they may liquidate that the city may get reimbursed for that.
Just to that point, again, I think there's a lot of balls up in the air right now. Let's let the dust settle a little bit before we put a minimum lease on it. So,
Okay. Any other questions or comments for Chris? Thank you again, Chris. Any further discussion?
Mr. Mayor, just a clarification on the motion so we know what we're voting on.
The motion is to approve scenario 2 with a lease to own option in the contract if possible.
Seeing no further discussion, please call the roll.
Blessum,
Yes.
Fuller,
Yes.
Janser,
Yes.
Olson,
Yes.
Pittner,
yes.
Ross,
Yes.
Samuelson.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Moving on to item 8.5, the NAS biota plant operation and maintenance budget amendment. What are the wishes of the council?
I move we approve the recommendation.
We have a motion by Mark. Is there a second?
A second.
Second by Scott. Discussion. Any discussion? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Janser,
Yes.
Olson,
Yes.
Pittner,
Yes.
Ross,
Yes.
Samuelson,
Yes.
Blessum,
Yes.
Fuller.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Moving on to item 8.6 on the agenda, ordinance update, chapter 6, pawn and second hand. What are the recommendations of the council? What are the wishes of the council? My bad.
Move approval.
We have a motion by Lisa. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mike. Discussion. Is there any discussion? Mike?
Yeah, just a simple one. How many would this impact? How many do we have that are paying this right now?
There's about 10 to 13 licenses out there for different businesses for this. I will state that a major change is the change to $500. CityWorks cannot allow for initial license to be one fee and then subsequent years to be another. So we knew we had to change this ordinance at some point. Even with the change to $500, it won't cover the software that we pay for in order for the secondhand and pawn brokers to ensure that they're not purchasing stolen goods. So that's the reason for the change, is A, for CityWorks, and B, to cover some of the costs of that software.
And continue. So were they asking for this? Is that this seems to simplify their life as well, right? Did I read that right? That a lot of times right now they're having to come over to City Hall and bring over items, or how?
Chief Klug can answer that. I don't know how long we've been using the software, but it's been in use for previous years.
Mr. Mayor, Alderman Blessum. So there was actually an ordinance change that required anybody dealing in secondhand to use the software that we provide. The one thing that is nice about this change is before they had to get a license for each of the types of license they had, and now they just buy one license, tell us what they're going to deal in secondhand on, so they'll just need the one $500 license instead of multiple at $125. So yes, it will impact some, it won't impact everybody. Some might actually see a decrease, but in the end, it'll simplify. We still collect the data that we need to ensure that we can find stolen property that's being sold in this manner or pawned in this manner. So hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you, Chief. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Olson?
Yes.
Pittner?
Yes.
Ross?
Yes.
Samuelson?
Yes.
Blessum?
Yes.
Fuller?
Yes.
Janser?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Moving on to item 8.7 on the action items agenda is the men's winter refuge lease renewal. What are the wishes of the council?
Move approval.
We have a motion by Lisa. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Paul. Discussion. Any discussion? Mike?
Mr. Mayor, I apologize. I think I'm missing a bunch of history. I would love to, with the weight of this agenda. I didn't get all the way through this. So can we get just a synopsis quickly of how we ended up owning the property, how it's leased for $1? This is a strange one, and I just want to make sure that I'm clear.
Who's got that?
That's a great, Mr. Mayor, Alderman Blessum, that's a great question. I don't know that any of the current staff knows the history. In fact, we weren't really even aware that the lease needed to be renewed and that we owned the property until the Men's Winter Refuge brought forward, as they should have, that the lease was expiring and they were interested in renewing it. So,
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Ross and council members. My name is Mike Zimmer. I'm the director of the Men's Winter Refuge, and the history as far as I know it, I've been the director since 2015. The property is formerly the Domestic Violence Crisis Center, and we were able to move in there when they built their new facility. And the $1 a year was the deal they had with the city, so we were able to step in and have that same deal. It's basically a house that's owned by the city, and the city at the time when DVCC was using it, and also when we moved into it, was the city had no interest in using it for anything else. So it was a fairly smooth transition for us when we moved in there.
Anything else, Mike? Any other questions of Mr. Zimmer? Thank you, sir. Any further, Mike?
Yeah, so, all right, so just to kind of start the discussion, I'm not suggesting that we move away from what they've got and what they're using. If that's a need in our city, we need that to move forward and make sure that it's there. My only question is it in the interest of the city to continue to own the property? And should we be starting to look at ways to try to move out from under that and to let them operate that they need to operate and not be in a lease or whatever that is?
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Harold?
My recommendation in response to that would be is rather than approving a multi-year lease, that you approve a one-year lease. And over the next year, we can have that conversation and whether or not there's a willingness to transfer ownership where the city no longer owns it and the lease is no longer required.
Go ahead,
Just
Mike.
a point of order, do we have a lease, is there a lease term on the renewal? Is that what we have in front of us?
The one attached is a 5-year lease.
It's a 5, okay,
Yes.
all right.
So, Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Lisa.
I would amend my motion to make it for 1 year.
That, okay.
Okay with it.
Second's okay. Is there any objection? Any objection? Okay, seeing none, that'll be a one-year lease. That'll be a part of the motion.
Yes.
It hasn't been approved yet, but Rob?
I guess just my quick question, since we're going to change this. Mr. Zimmer, do you guys have interest in owning the property yourselves? Okay. Okay.
Okay. Any further discussion? Okay, we have a motion, an amended motion on the floor. Please call the roll.
Olson,
Yes.
Pittner,
Yes.
Ross,
Yes.
Samuelson,
Yes.
Blessam,
Yes.
Fuller,
Yes.
Janser.
Yes.
Motion approved.
Moving on to item number 9 on the agenda, that's personal appearances. Now is an opportunity for those who wish to address the council. Now is your opportunity to step forward. I would ask, just out of respect, for others who wish to speak, to please keep your comments to 5 minutes. Now is your opportunity. It's all yours.
Thank you. Mayor Ross, members of the council, my name is Dr. Stefan Podregul, and I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist here in Minot and former alderman. And I wanted to talk briefly about an important event that happened last week, which was a major planning or retreat meeting of the council. I wanted to share my perspective as someone who recently served on the council. For me, this is the 17th budget I'll be going through. For 3 of the members, this will be the first budget they'll be going through. And I want to draw some connections between what happened at the planning meeting and what's going to be happening with the planning process, which I think the city manager will be starting on this evening. The first thing I wanted, and part of the reason for saying this is I was the only person, I think, in the general public who sat in on just about the entire planning process. It was a day and a half. The paper did an excellent job covering the economic development portion of that meeting, but there were other very important, I think very positive things that happened that were not covered. In fact, no other members of the public were present, and I wanted to bring some of those to the public's attention because I think they were pretty significant. The first comment I want to make is that there was some tension or a dynamic between the old members of the council, at least the 2 of them that were there. The mayor pretty much stayed out of things, kind of taking a more statesman-like role. There was some dynamic, some tension between the new and the old. And I think that's a positive thing, and I think that kind of a discussion, that kind of a frank consideration is really important. One of the issues that was talked about is who can you claim to speak for as a council member? And there was some difference of opinion on that. Mark, for example, pointed out asked, what about the people who didn't even show up to vote? So there was some discussion of who the constituency is out there. I was pleased to note that Mr. Blessam noted he would try to be more open about not claiming to speak for the entire populace. I think if you speak for the people you think voted for you, I think that's about as far as you can go. So there was some discussion about that. And I think that is a positive thing. One of the other things that happened was there was some discussion as to the values of different kinds of taxes, and that's going to be, I think, a major issue when the council considers the budget. At one point, Mr. Blossom stated that sales was, quote, the smartest tax, close quote. At another point, Mr. Pittner said, wait a second here, what if you don't have a whole lot of money? Sales tax may not be such a good thing. So that'll be one of the tensions. One of the things I think you understand or will learn as you serve on the council is that there's no optimal solution. There's nothing that's perfectly fair for everybody, and that you have to balance competing interests. And it'll be interesting to see how that breaks down. There was some agreement, despite some tension and disagreement. There was some agreement, for example, that staff was hardworking and that we need to reevaluate our economic development efforts, particularly in terms of the Magic Fund. And I very much agree with Mike that we need to take a very careful look at what government's goals and priorities should be. And that was very refreshing for me to see. I've been arguing for those kinds of broader and deeper discussions for many, many years. And finally, I think they're starting to happen. And I think that's a good thing for the public. And that's certainly a major change from what it used to be. The meeting, a lot of it had to do with what the vision is for the city, what the goals are, and trying to help staff understand where different council members were coming from. And that's a marked difference from what happened when I first started sitting on the council in 1998, when the only vision we had was to keep the mill levy the same, or to keep the mill levy low. That was our mantra, that was our mission, that was our goal. And I think one of the unfortunate results of that is we're in the position we're in now, where among other things, we have over $500 million in deferred maintenance. You sometimes have to make some tough decisions, and historically, in my opinion, the council has been not very keen on making those. And that's nothing different from any other organization that doesn't want to make tough decisions, or any other elected body. But I think that's starting to change, which is very good. One of the other things that happened was a reality check. Julia, the consultant, the facilitator of the meeting, pointed out that some of the priorities that were proposed were polar opposites of each other. Some people favored saying no to proposals. Other people said yes. Should we facilitate private business or shouldn't we? And she pointed out that they are often diametrically opposed. She also pointed out that a steady budget, which is the current goal, as I understand it from the city manager, really means a reduction in services given inflation. There also is, I think, perhaps a softening of positions by some of the new aldermen who I think campaigned on this notion of controlling the budget and cutting taxes as much as possible. What I saw was more flexibility there. What I saw, I think, as a result of the budget sessions prior to that, was an awareness the city does very many things. There might not be a simple solution to all of our problems. At one point, Mr. Samuelson said his goal was for the budget to be, quote, the best we can get, close quote, rather than some arbitrary cut. I'm reminded in a way of President Carter when he first ran for president. He vowed that he would cut the White House staff by 30%. After a few months, it became 10 to 12%, and he ended up his term with more staff than his predecessor. So I think sometimes when you get thrust into the reality of things, your views will change. And I'm starting to see some of that, and I think that's a positive thing. Would also point out, in conjunction with what Julia was saying, that in a recent 10-year period, inflation rose 20%. And yet the city's property tax rose 10%. So obviously the city got farther behind the 8 ball. And I think we have to be very careful not to keep doing that, because it catches up with you eventually. I did want to offer some words of caution, or perhaps advice. First of all, I would encourage the council to be careful about the language they use. At one point, one of the aldermen talked about the city having a, quote, slush fund, close quote. And several individuals have spoken repeatedly about, quote, wasteful spending, close quote. If you find it, I'd like to see it. I really would love to know what I've been missing for all these years. I would love to see a 10 or 15 or 20 or maybe 30-item list of things that you feel, either of any of you feel, are wasteful. I'd like to know what those are. My suspicion is that it's not a matter of wastefulness, but a matter of different priorities and objectives and goals. But my eyes are certainly willing to see new things. The problem with using words like slush fund is that it suggests an illicit or inappropriate purpose, and it has a pretty negative impression. I'm concerned too, for example, about the finance department staff who were present. I think most of them have the integrity that they would not want to be associated with a slush fund. So when you say the city has a slush fund, I think that's kind of risky. It's kind of like a parent talking to a teenager. We've done a lot of family therapy over the years. And I can see a situation, for example, where a father says to his teenage daughter, "You look really pretty in that dress." And the next day he says, "Boy, you look like a tramp in that dress." What's she to think? Those are very discrepant, very discordant kinds of messages. And I think if you say city staff are great, hardworking, which I think they are, and then you also say, wait a second, there's a lot of wasteful spending, that raises some incongruity, that raises some tension in people's minds, which may not be a good thing. I also want to caution about confusing what David Hume referred to as the is versus ought conflict. What is a matter of fact. What we would like to see, what ought to happen, is a matter of value or opinion. And I think sometimes it's easy to blend the two. And here I'm speaking as a clinician, someone whose job it is to help their clients understand what may influence them, whether it be some issue from the past, whether it be some negative emotion, whether it be some current relationship that gets in the way of them accomplishing what they want to accomplish. It's very easy for us to be influenced by things we're not consciously aware of. So I'm trying to bring these things to people's attention. As a forensic psychologist, I'm very conscious of the idea that I might be biased in some way, and I try very, very hard to fight that, as all forensic psychologists do. I do a lot of legal work, and I swear every time I go to court to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and that's the perspective I'm coming from. Your perspective may be very different, but I take that issue of being representative and honest and being as unbiased and open-minded as possible very seriously. So I would encourage you to be careful about those kinds of statements. I think sometimes statements at best lack context, sometimes they are often misleading. I'm thinking in particular of the comments that have been made about taxes, how we live in a very high tax state and the city taxes at a very high level. That's not true. You may feel that the tax should be lower. I have no objection to that. I'm not arguing for higher taxes, but I'm saying that the objective reality is different from your desire, and I think it's important to separate those. North Dakota is 42nd or 43rd out of all the states in taxation. We are not a high tax state. Again, it may be more than you'd like, maybe more than I'd like, but it's not a high tax state. And I think if you say that, it really misses what's going on, and I would encourage you to be careful about that. As an example, New York is the #1 tax state in terms of total burden. In New York, the average family pays $10,900 a year in taxes, sales, use taxes, and income taxes. In North Dakota, it's $4,900. That's a big difference. So I would encourage you to be mindful about things like that. I would also encourage you to be aware of potential biases. As a psychologist, we pay attention to things like that, factors that go on in our minds that we may not even be consciously aware of that may bias our decision-making. One I'd like to mention in particular called the salience bias. Things that are prominent, things that are visible, things that are emotionally striking, that are particularly relevant to us personally, we may put too much emphasis on, and we may think that everybody is concerned about them or that it is a big issue. If you get a tax bill for $3,000 or $4,000 or $5,000, that's going to grab your attention. You're going to notice that. If you're a property owner, on the other hand, if you rent an apartment, you're probably not going to see that for a long time until the owner can increase the property tax that they charge you as part of your rent. And if you pay $1 here, $5 there, $10 there in terms of sales tax or whatever, you're not likely to notice that, where you certainly will notice a single bill. There's also a self-serving bias, a tendency of people to evaluate information in a way that's beneficial to their interests. I don't mean to accuse anybody of anything. I just want to observe that sometimes we may be biased and our views may be affected by what we think is best for us. One of the things I notice is that the 3 new members of the council really object pretty strongly to property taxes and want to lower them as much as possible. And I don't have an argument with that. But I want to point out that there may be some bias involved. I looked up the costs or the valuations of their homes.
Steve, you went well over your time.
I'm sorry, I apologize.
No, that's
anyway, I just wanted to point out there may be unconscious biases here that influence our opinions. There's a bias to be favorably inclined toward people like us and our opinions. So I would just encourage the members of the council, all of them, especially the new ones, to be cautious about that and to look at things open-mindedly as possible and to focus on what's best for the entire city for the long term. I think to end up, Mike made a very good comment here that he wants this council to be known as one that prepared us for what's coming. And I think that's a very good orientation to have, to be thinking ahead for the future. So I would encourage you as you look at the budget to be open-minded, to look at the interests of the citizenry at large and not just yourself or people you're acquainted with or a habit that you might have formed. politics is the art of the possible, and I'm looking forward to the discussions that have already started and to them continuing. They were robust, they were vigorous at that meeting, and it's something that I think was long overdue and we're finally starting to have. So I wanted to compliment the members of the council who were present and spoke openly at that meeting, and hope that will carry over into the budget discussions. Thank you.
Thank you. Now's your opportunity if you wish to come forward to address the council. Seeing none at this time, we will take a 15-minute recess. We'll come back at 7:40. We are in recess. Okay, we are back in session. Moving on to item number 10 on the action item list, that is miscellaneous and discussion. 10.1, budget presentation by the Downtown Business and Professional Association. Their representative is Chad Wright. Chad?
Not quite a budget presentation,
Okay.
but I got a comment and some information to share. Mayor Ross, members of the City Council, my name is Chad Wright. I am board president for the Downtown Business and Professional Association. I'm here to provide a little bit of an update. We're really excited. We have established a 501c3. The 501c3 is called the Minot Downtown Beautification Association. This 501c3 will allow us to continue to finance our project without seeking any dollars from the city. We're really fired up about this. This is going to be able to provide us grants, charitable donations, gaming dollars. This has been on my to-do list for a year and a half. My friends downtown told me this has been on the downtown's to-do list for almost 10 years. So it's quite an accomplishment. We're really proud of it. Also wanted to let you know that, so a little bit of context, we've started the lights project. We've installed trim lights, which is permanent lighting from the top of Magic City Hoagies down to Drop Zone already so far. Also want to let you know that we intend to continue our lights project and plan to install 2 more blocks of lights before Christmas. With that said, we want to inform you that we will be leaving our lights on until 2 a.m. One citizen has been complaining to the city about our light project to the point where Brian Billingsley told us that in a good faith effort, he would tell us to turn off the lights at 11 p.m. Unfortunately, that good faith effort wasn't received the way it was intended, and we continue to be harassed by this citizen if the lights are on past 11:01 p.m. He sends emails to the city attorney's office and myself if these lights are on past 11 o'clock. We're a group of volunteers taking our own money and making improvements to the city, and we feel we are being handcuffed because one person can see the lights when they look out their window in their commercial business district. Some people want to give us funding to move forward with this project, but they are concerned that the city will force us to turn them off. The city doesn't have an ordinance requiring us to turn them off that I know of. One of the reasons I'm here is I need a little bit of clarification on that. Because our concern is that once we continue to fund this project, if someone on another block doesn't like them, and we'll be asked to turn them off at 10 p.m., and then we do a couple more blocks, and then somebody else wants to turn them off at 9 p.m. When would this end? I've been coming to these city council meetings for almost 2 years, and I've heard several times when it comes to investing dollars, economic development, snow removal, and those types of topics, when it comes to downtown, the question is, why is downtown being treated differently? So now I am asking, why is downtown being treated differently? The Minot Downtown Beautification Association will move forward with our own money to beautify downtown Minot, but we need to know that the city is supportive.
Any questions of Chad?
Yeah,
Okay.
So I think Chad asked us a question. So can the city attorney or Harold, can you answer on the ordinance question?
I'll answer on the ordinance question. The issue has to do with the height at which the lights are installed. So under a certain height, the lights are allowed to be installed, and there is no regulation in ordinance with regards to that. But at the height that they're currently installed, that does make it eligible for Mr. Billingsley as the Community Development Director to establish certain parameters that have to be adhered to. And based off of the complaint, that's what triggered Mr. Billingsley at this point requiring that the lights be turned off from 11 p.m. to...
We don't turn them on typically until it gets dark anyways, so.
Right. So the solution going forward is you either continue to abide by the directive that the Community Development Director has provided to you in writing via letter, that they have to be off during certain hours of the evening, or the lights can be located underneath that threshold, which then are allowed by right, by ordinance.
See, it's discouraging for us because whenever we started this project, we were under the impression that we'd be able to leave the lights on until 2 a.m. We didn't know that there was a rule that said that we had to turn them off.
Which you can do if they're underneath that height restriction.
And is that the 25 feet?
Do you remember?
Go ahead.
Mayor, members of the council. So I was CC'd on some correspondence from the city of Minot, namely Brian Billingsley to Derek Hackett, and it's dated March 26, 2024, and it's regard to the permission for environmental lighting. Did you receive that
I believe I
correspondence
did.
as well?
I believe I
Okay.
did.
So like the city manager mentioned, lighting under 16 feet in height is permitted by right, but lighting over 16 feet in height has to be approved for specific design purposes by the Community and Economic Development Director. And that letter that was sent back on March 26th sets forth his 3 conditions that have to be met. 1, the lighting has to meet the IDSA guidelines. 2nd, only 1 strand of lighting can be placed 16 feet or higher per building, and it can't exceed 50 lumens per linear foot. And 3rd, the lighting may be turned on at dusk and must be shut off at 11 p.m. every evening. So those are the conditions that the Economic Development Director had issued in order to keep that lighting.
Was that mainly because of one citizen complaining?
I would have to defer to the Economic Development Director as staff. I'm only aware of 1 complaining party.
Right, me too.
Rob?
I guess just real quick, so in the summer then they can't even turn the lights on?
It says that they can be turned on at dusk and turned off at 11 p.m. So if those coincide, then it would be a no.
So tonight, 10:30 with the summertime hours, right?
So these are just standard Christmas rope lights that you guys have put across the tops of the buildings, LED lights that can change colors and stuff like that?
Yes.
Are they so bright he can see them through his curtains?
Mayor Ross, Councilman Fuller, yes. When he gets up and looks out his window, he can see them.
Does he have curtains on his windows?
He told me that the response was that he didn't want us to tell him to put up curtains.
But he can tell you guys to turn your lights off?
Yes.
Mike?
So just to clarify, Harold, this is an administrative rule essentially. The ordinance, does the ordinance actually say it's deferred to Mr. Billingsley?
Yes, as the
That's how it
city
reads.
attorney just stated, anything over 16 feet is under administrative rules of the Community Development Director, who has tried to find an amicable solution. We've had multiple meetings on this. We do have 1 citizen who is persistent in complaints, and we're trying to find a neutral common ground as a solution on this.
So if I can continue.
Continue.
So what slope do we head down if the next block, as Mr. Wright mentioned, suddenly says 10 is their threshold? Is that a possibility here? Because we're an administrative rule. We're not talking about an ordinance that we would all read twice and agree on. We're into, I understand it's an agreement that we're trying to come to, but boy, do we head down a slippery slope.
To clarify, the terms of the hours of operation were not determined by the citizen. Those were determined by our Community Development Director. So the stipulation of they have to be off by 11 o'clock, that was determined by our Community Development Director, not by the citizen. That was our way of trying to find a solution between the 2 parties that seemed reasonable.
So if I can continue. So just to get to the general sense of this, one of the things, Alderman Padregula talked about the retreat last week. One of the things that I brought up during that retreat was the idea of freedom being our foundation of where we start. We start with the idea that the Downtown Business Association is free to do what they're doing, provided they're not breaking an ordinance. Then we go and we say, is there a compelling public interest why they should not be able to do that? I would submit there's not right now. One person asking for this certainly does not reach compelling public reason. And if there is a compelling public reason, then let's put it in ordinance so that we can enforce it and do something rather than leaving it where it is.
Rob?
Does this gentleman that requires you guys to shut your lights off at 11 o'clock require the city to shut the street lights off at 11 o'clock too? Because what's the difference?
I don't think the resident is not requiring it.
Well, but he's the one complaining about it.
He's the one
Are
complaining,
we
and
getting
they- and-
complaints
yeah.
about the streetlights too, or because, this sounds to me like it's a little arbitrary. You know, we talk all the time about bringing stuff back down to business in downtown Minot, to beautifying it. And I mean, to me, this is something that actually makes it look better. But he's not picking on the city and the street lights. He's just picking on the downtown lights that they've put up at the tops of their buildings. If he can see those other lights, he can see the street lights. Why haven't we got a request to turn those off? I mean, I'm just trying to point out, it seems a little weird that he's complaining about one thing but not about something else. And we're trying to say, hey, you know, we're trying to help this situation, but anyway.
Again, city staff is trying to do what they can to preserve the rights, to allow the project, the lights to continue forward in a way that it's reasonable of mitigating any potential concerns or requests on the opposite side of the spectrum. I don't think you want staff ignoring complaints of citizens, and I'm not I mean, I know you get emails of complaints from citizens, but I don't think you get quite the volume that we as staff get of complaints and fights between property owners and neighbors and those kinds of things. And so we're trying to deal with it administratively. It is quickly rising to a point that staff was reaching the point that we were going to bring it to council for consideration and action to continue to support or provide direction to staff moving forward. But at this point, we've been trying to solve it administratively. The Downtown Business Professional Association has been very cooperative through this process. I will commend them for that. They've communicated, and we have a citizen downtown that has a very strong and persistent opinion with regards to this. And we have tried to draw the line in between of somewhat addressing his concerns while at the same time allowing these lights to continue forward within the intent of which the DPPA is making the efforts to do. So we're trying to stay as neutral as possible. At the end of the day, I would recommend that if this is something you want to talk about further, we put it on a future agenda and maybe give the citizen his opportunity to come provide his side of the story.
Oh, I would just say I would direct staff then to bring that forward in an action item, and the council will discuss and have a plan going forward.
And I appreciate this, Mayor Ross, members of council. The main thing is we're at a point now where, I mean, you know, we have the 501c3. We have a mechanism to receive money. I've got people that want to give us money to finish this project, but they feel that for safety issues, they want, you know, we want to light up the entire downtown. And people want to give us money to light up the entire downtown. They feel it's going to make it more safe. Whether or not it will or not, you know, I don't know. But I know that having a bunch of lights downtown isn't going to make it less safe. You know, so we thought that it would be appropriate to bring it to council. Thank you, Mr. Alderman Pittner, for making the suggestion that we bring it to the council as an action item and have a little bit further dialogue and give the other member, the citizen, the opportunity to come and speak to it as well. But the way I understand it, when he gets up and looks out his window, he can see the lights. And now we're having to change rules and everything because of this. So those are just my thoughts and feelings. Thank you. Any other?
I think we're good. Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Moving on to item 10.2 on miscellaneous and discussion items. That is the biannual presentation by the Minot Area Chamber EDC.
Good evening, Mayor Ross and members of City Council. Thanks so much for having us here this evening. I'm Brecca Kramer, the President and CEO of the Minot Area Chamber EDC. I'm joined tonight by Mark Lyman, our Economic Development Specialist, and Kelly Roselli Sullivan, who is our Workforce Development Specialist and Military Liaison. I want to give a quick overview on the Minot Area Chamber EDC, and then we'll get into our contract and the report that's in front of you this evening. So it's the mission of the Minot Area Chamber EDC to advocate for and invest in business activity by being a collaborative partner in the community focused on quality of life for all. It's really kind of the overarching mission that we follow as a Chamber EDC. And our vision is to be the go-to organization for our business community to drive the key initiatives that strengthen and build our economy. As we look to the Chamber EDC, we're led by a board of volunteers. And you can see here some of those, the members that serve on our board. Our board chair this year is Cassidy Jumpstead, who's the general manager of SRT. We do have 2 set spots on our board of directors. One is for the city of Minot as a funding partner, and Mayor Ross serves on that board for the city. And we also have Commissioner Jason Olson, and we are also funded to help regional economic development efforts for Ward County. And so he's the county appointee on the board of directors. Our team is a small team leading these key efforts. You'll see on the Chamber EDC, I have a team of 8. In addition, we also actually oversee motor vehicle, the titling work that's done over at Arrowhead. Lacey Coleman is our manager, and you can see the clerks that work for us over there. And I can certainly answer questions on that as we give an overview on different funding mechanisms that we have under us to try support the organization. I do want to give an overview because really as we're focused as a Chamber EDC, we look to our strategic plan and we're focused on 5 key pillars. We have economic development, community development, workforce development, member services, and military support. In our report to each of you, we did include an overview of the funding sources for each of these, and then also a summary of the work that's being done, and then some of the key achievements. I do want to spotlight the member investor side because I'm not going to spend time in the presentation this evening talking about that. With the member investor services, that's kind of your more historic Chamber of Commerce activity. And with the member investor services side of what we do at the Chamber EDC, we're funded by member investor dues, sponsorships, fees that we assess for various events, motor vehicle income also helps support that. The event registrations, as I mentioned, grants, and rent income. The Bank of North Dakota is actually, their office for serving the region is located at the Minot Area Chamber EDC. As we work through our member investors, we represent, at the time of the first half of the year, over 600 businesses, and that really is kind of who we serve on top of the community in the area to advance key economic initiatives. The other one that I'm not going to spend a lot of time on tonight because we really serve more in a supporting role, but it does tie to kind of the partnership with the City of Minot is community development. You'll see that a lot of the work that we do here is in support of development that's happening in the community and also serving as a voice to the citizens. A number of times, we're advocating for reduction of red tape. How do we help move businesses and development forward? And we support a number of different initiatives that are tied to the city. But on top of that, we also advocate for development in this space. I will get into a little bit more specific details on a couple of these initiatives because it's really the core of the funding that the City of Minot supports. So for economic development, we have multiple funding sources. The City of Minot is one of them, also Ward County. The Logistics Park of North Dakota Development and Intermodal services there. We have a lease with an operator for the intermodal site. And then we have sponsorship and program fees, and that really kind of supports the entrepreneurial program that we offer through the Minot Area Chamber EDC. As a Chamber EDC with economic development, we are the lead entity for economic development for our area. We focus on a lot of kind of macroeconomic items that really are long-term investments of time, energy, and resources to really serve the area and build that development out. And I'll just probably touch on a couple of these quickly. One of them is logistics. As you know, we are in the center of North America where we're located here. Agriculture is a big part of our economic driver in our economy. And we have some major hurdles of moving commodities out of North Dakota to various markets and global markets. With that, we've been focused for a number of years to provide a solution here, and that's our intermodal site. At the end of the day, private sector tried it, it failed and did not work in that space. There was some wonkiness, I would say, not the best word, but I'm going to use it tonight, tied to how this area had been developed. At the end of the day, the Chamber EDC stepped in really for the benefit of not only our area, because it's specifically located here, but also for the state of North Dakota. So we own over 1,000 acres out at the logistics park and intermodal site, and we've been operating intermodal service for 3 years now consecutively. We have a business incentive agreement that we're fulfilling with the City of Minot, and that was for the purchase of the land on the north side of the county road, or I'm sorry, on the south side of the county road. At the end of the day, we have turned this property into a property that collects, we pay property taxes on it. But bigger than that, we have secured some major partnerships and have a very successful operation out at the intermodal site. We recently, the commissioner and myself, traveled to the ports of Tacoma and Seattle, where we have an agreement with the Northwest Seaport Alliance, and are proud to say at the beginning of this year, we're moving at least 1 to 3 unit trains a month. At times, we've moved 4 out of this site, and we're really providing some great value add for the value-added agriculture in our area. At the end of the day, the intermodal site is something we're very proud of and are going to continue to invest in and market not only that service, but also the property that we have to the north. There's some development opportunities there that we're going to continue to pursue. We own the only BNSF site certified location in North Dakota. And really at the end of the day, what that means is that BNSF is also marketing our property. For example, we just recently had an inquiry from out of the country that was moving on a different rail line, and because of logistics is looking at our entity to ship to because of increase in costs. We know that there's been times as of recent where containers are hard to come by, and so we're seeing that service continue to grow. We have invested, we received from the state of North Dakota $2 million two legislative sessions ago, but recently have completed a $2.4 million track expansion project. And with that, that'll allow us to serve more containers out of the port of North Dakota, an intermodal site. So a lot of work has been put into that logistics park, and we're very uniquely positioned because with our relationship with the Northwest Seaport Alliance, out of the ports of Tacoma and Seattle, we actually have on-dock service, which means our trains out of the Minot site move directly to the ports of Tacoma and Seattle and onto the ocean carriers, which is shortening the time to market to go to 21 different countries. So we are investing a lot of time and energy into this, but it's a long-term play for not only our area, but our state. I do want to talk a little bit about the investment that we're making in the CRISI grant, it's called. And with that, we just got through the environmental assessment, and so we'll be in front of you to kind of give an update here in short order of where we stand with that today. We're hoping to finish that grant and that planning, which is really going to allow us to market and develop that logistics park site, which is the property I mentioned to the north of the county road. As we look at, I already mentioned the BNSF site certification. We are also on a macroeconomic level side focusing on natural gas solutions. We know that not only another key sector for our area and economic driver is the energy sector with oil and gas, and we're working with a number of state officials, the governor's office, and I could list all the partners, but I don't want to do that and miss anyone, and private investment to try to come up with some natural gas solutions, not only to enhance the oil production, but also look for ways to bring natural gas to our area. A lot of the inquiries that we have to develop that land that we talked about to the east of town here is we have some natural gas barriers. We are not able to, through local providers, provide the amount of gas that's needed to bring in some of the larger manufacturing that could be automated and bring some additional growth to our area. So we're working on that on a regular basis. We actually spotlighted in our kind of highlights or key achievements one of the companies that we're working with that is currently in Japan, as we speak, working on some offtake agreements that would really kind of help us to solidify a major project for the area. So we'll continue to work on that. And as we look for other areas, one of the things that we found is that's come kind of to the forefront, we're starting some initial work. It's pretty new in our space, but working on the carbon capture, utilization, and storage. That came to fruition over the first part of this year, and you'll see us starting to dive in with some of the partners on that as well. So those are some of the big picture efforts that we wanted to spotlight. Again, for the first 6 months of the year is what our report is focused in on. So in our report, we did include some key achievements, which we talked about already with like the 3 years of success of intermodal service out of North Dakota, the fact that we've had 74 trains moving, that we're shipping to 21 countries, and we're actually continuing to grow that. There's a lot of other accomplishments here, including the efforts that we do, for example, on business retention and expansion, outreach. This is where we reach out to key businesses in the area and really get to know and understand what their current challenges are they growing, what does that look like? And then quarterly, we quantify that information and provide a report to the city council. So those are some of the things I want to spotlight, along with the work that we're doing with entrepreneurial programming. That is something we're very, very proud of. And you'll see a report from the last cohort that we have. We provide twice a year entrepreneurial training, which is really helping to grow the small business sector of our community. And we're seeing some great success with that. So that's a high-level overview of economic development. And this is in the packet, so I won't read these verbatim. But really, the work that we're doing is getting recognized by other states. These are 2 quotes from the 2 chairmen of the ports of Tacoma and Seattle, talking about what Minot's doing, how we're piloting and innovating new ways of moving commodities, and the great success that they're seeing with our site. Sometimes we forget the gems and the work that we do in our own backyard, so I just wanted to spotlight a couple of testimonies that were recently shared by the leadership of the ports of Tacoma and Seattle in that economic development space. I'm also going to give an overview on workforce development. Our funding sources for workforce development really come from the city of Minot. We also received this last legislative session, or just recently actually, this last application round, through the North Dakota Department of Commerce Regional Workforce Impact Program, a grant for $250,000. What we're doing there, we received that at the beginning of this year, and what we're doing there is launching out a marketing program to really attract people into our area. We know that we're not going to solve workforce within the populations that we have here with the unemployment rates that we have today. And so we're really focused on 4 target audiences. One is military. We know that there's an opportunity they say only the best come north for a reason. And for those that have served here, we feel that there's some great opportunities to really lean in hard and say that we want you back here in North Dakota. And there's some efforts at the statewide level I can talk about under the military pillar that are complementing that. We're also targeting young families, boomerangs, and then recent graduates of Minot State University. So you're going to see in the second half of the year, when we come back at the end of the year to report back, that kicks off. The first campaign started at July 1. And I mention that because we're working on kind of funneling down what the state of North Dakota is already doing. The Find the Good Life is really the state's effort to recruit people into our state for workforce. Our efforts are complementing that, investing dollars to not just say North Dakota, but specific to Minot. And so we're finally putting some marketing dollars behind the efforts. And with that, we have a number of community champions. You'll never hear me say it enough, but we don't function as a chamber EDC without volunteers. Talk about a fiscally responsible organization. Truly, we are led by, our committees are led by volunteers. Our board is a volunteer board. Our task force members, which I'll touch on here shortly, are all volunteers. And so we're really working hard to build out that base of individuals that are supporting these efforts. And with that, we rolled out Wayfinders this year, and have been continuing to enhance that. What Wayfinders are almost local community ambassadors that are helping with people that are coming to our area, welcome them. And if you go to magicofminot.com, you can learn more about that. We are kind of rolling out the 2.0 effort in that space that started this year, and you'll see us making some updates there to target those 4 key audiences that we're really focused in on. We did stand up a workforce committee that is chaired by board member Dr. Shirley, and we're working and leaning in there. Again, we have some efforts coming out ahead of the next legislative session. We're convening and bringing people together to really figure out how do we tackle workforce. We're not the only ones working on this. The state of North Dakota, every community is tackling this, but we're finding that Minot's being spotlighted as one of the communities that's innovative and thinking differently and willing to pilot new programs and try things. And we've had some success with that, which is great to see. And then I've already mentioned the funding sources that are coming in there. We did launch this first half of the year a newcomer and relocation guide, and we'll have some metrics and more information on that in the second half of the year. That just rolled out, I think it was in June. And you'll see again in our report kind of a summary of that work and some of the efforts that we're doing. And when I say the Minot area, we really are trying new things. We've been brought in on a number of the state workforce committees that are working on the state strategy. We're at the table on a lot of these conversations trying to figure out how do we provide solutions for workforce. And it's going to continue to be a high priority of ours. We know that there's certainly some challenges there, but I'd also say opportunities. Military programming is obviously a pillar that we can easily talk about the return on investment. Not only is it the over $600 million that Minot Air Force Base brings to our community, but military is obviously broader than that as well. It's the individuals that are serving, the opportunity to get people to stay in our community. There's a lot of work happening here. I did want to spotlight military in kind of a different way, though. There's really kind of two efforts underway. Military programming that we do is really funded not directly by the city funds, but the member investor dues, the sponsorships, donations. Our annual Prairie Warrior auction supports that. And this is really where we do our programming. So there aren't actually city funds going into this side of it. I'll talk more about the task force efforts where the city dollars go. With the military programming, you can see we have an Adopt an Airman program that we've rolled out. The numbers of, I think it's 6 families are supporting airmen to date. There's certainly opportunities to grow that. I'd encourage anyone that's listening or that's a part of our community that wants to help support airmen to contact us, because there's some great opportunities with this new program that we've rolled out. We have our Honorary Commanders program, and we actually reassessed the program this last year to align key community leaders within positions at Minot Air Force Base and support the commanders with who is the best paired individual. So we brought in 12 new individuals to the Honorary Commanders program this year when we had the induction ceremony in January. Our Military Affairs Committee meets every month and continues that effort. Right Start is where we have an opportunity to be the first community voice and face to the young airmen that are coming to Minot Air Force Base. Right Start's a mandatory program Minot Air Force Base offers. And so with that, we are the ones that come in and talk about the community, the opportunities, how we welcome them. And that's something we do each month. And you can see the number of airmen that sat through those presentations for the first half of the year. We also do welcome packets and other things through the Chamber EDC to support that. And I do want to spotlight our Prairie Warrior auction. That doesn't happen without the community stepping up in a big way. We had another record-breaking year this year of raising funds to support military and raised over 112, I think it was around $112,000, with over $57,000 going directly to Home for the Holidays. And then obviously it's efforts like what Mayor Ross is leading with Home for the Holidays that we're continuing to raise funds. We, the community of Minot in the area, are really stepping up in a big way to help support some of these programs. And the military appreciation events, we've held a couple of them. Minot State has changed and shifted based on conversations and working with them. They're offering up sporting events and doing more for airmen, which is wonderful, and at no cost. We hosted a military appreciation day at the beginning of the year at one of their hockey games, and then we worked with the Minot Park District to do one through the parks where they opened up the Roosevelt Park Zoo. Number of volunteers that serve on task force. I know our city manager was there, Mayor Ross was there, Mark Janser, our Task Force 21 chair, and City Council President was also there. We served over 1,500 airmen lunch. And so those are just little efforts that we have underway. And as Mayor Ross kicked off tonight's meeting, the Barksdale Trophy is something we're very proud of as a community. We may have been the ones to receive the award on behalf of the community through Task Force 21, but it truly is the community as a whole. Minot isn't Minot without Minot Air Force Base, and the fact that Air Force Global Strike Command recognizes our community as the best community to support airmen under Air Force Global Strike Command is pretty amazing. So as it's displayed here, if businesses in the community or others want to showcase it that support military in different ways, please feel free to encourage them to reach out to the Chamber EDC. We want to get this trophy showcased throughout the community because it really is a community effort, is the reason why it's here today. So I'd encourage you to reach out and we'll get you on the list. We have a pretty good list going of where this trophy is going to pop up over the next year and a half. I do want to spend a little bit of time though on where the funding goes from the City of Minot funds. It directly goes to support Task Force 21. And Task Force 21 is funded through a number of streams. The City of Minot funding, we raise funds privately. We have sponsors for our Nuclear Triad Symposium, the event in DC, and then also the one here in Minot. We obviously are rolling off of an event that I'll talk about in a second here. And then the state of North Dakota this last legislative session awarded the communities of Grand Forks, Minot, and Fargo funds to help with the efforts that we do. Each of the communities has different needs, and so the funds are allocated differently. But Minot we actually in January received a check from the state of North Dakota for $850,000 to finish out this biennium, to step up our efforts to prepare the community for major modernization projects like Sentinel and support the strategic engagements. The North Dakota Nuclear Triad Symposium was another area that we put efforts in. And we really are working hard in this space. We know that we have some challenges ahead of us, but again, major opportunities. And so the efforts here with the city funds go directly towards Task Force 21. And we do pursue other funding sources there. With that, I want to spotlight, because it took place in April 22nd, we hosted the North Dakota Nuclear Triad Symposium. This is something we hadn't done to this level before. We've had many sessions with briefings, but we actually brought a very similar program to what we do in Washington, D.C. to our home state. And what we found is there is certainly an opportunity to educate people on the role that not only Minot but North Dakota plays in protecting the nation. We're the only base with 2 legs of the nuclear triad, and with that, we need to do everything we can to support military. The mission that they have 24/7, 365 days a year is critical to protecting the nation. What the symposium allowed us to do is we did actually fill it, so we had to shut down registration. We had 250 attendees at our symposium, and we've been asked to continue that education effort. A number of legislators made their way to Minot. We had state leaders here, and we had some really good conversations about not only from Air Force Global Strike Command and the overall mission, but some discussions on Sentinel as well. And that's something we're working really hard to prepare for. It's not just Sentinel, though. There's major modernization projects across the force underway with the modernization of the B-52, the long-range standoff weapons program, and obviously Sentinel. And so there's a lot of efforts underway to support this. You can take a look at some of the things that we utilized funds for, but again, a couple of things to spotlight. We were able to bring 60 attendees and leaders, not only at the state level, about 30 were legislators, not from Minot. We had the other 30 represented some of the state departments. There were some federal offices that joined us for a tour of Minot Air Force Base. And what we're finding is, based on the directive from General Boussier, the 4-star general in charge of Air Force Global Strike Command, we've been asked to lean in hard and educate and advocate. And I think that if you look at the end of one of his quotes, he really summed it up well. He said, "Every week engage with someone who doesn't understand what we do and the importance of it, and spend 3 to 5 minutes having the conversation about it, because I would offer to you, the mission requires it, our nation needs it, and I think it would help, I truly do." He talks about Minot being the most important installation in the Department of Defense and the bedrock for nuclear deterrence. We really do serve that role. So if you see the Chamber of DC spending a good amount of time on military, it's a really critical pillar, not only to our community and our state, but the nation. And so you can see some of the other efforts. We've partnered with the communities of Cheyenne, Wyoming, where F.E. Warren Air Force Base is located, and Great Falls, Montana, which is where Malmstrom Air Force Base is located. And we're working collaboratively to understand Sentinel. Now, it's getting ahead because this report is focused on January through June, but we even just recently today met with Senator Hoeven, and we'll have some more on Sentinel to share. It is a huge priority of ours. The project is critical, but we really need to implement and execute that project and show what we can do as a community to support it. So we'll have more in our second half of the year report of how we're doing that. There will be a major focus there. But that's something we're continuing to work on, and that was part of what the state of North Dakota funded, was preparing the state for Sentinel. I do want to also talk, and you'll see in one of the, I think, the attachments tied to our report, is again, this work is being done by volunteers. We have a number of individuals that serve on task force that are in key strategic leadership positions. 2 of us, myself and another task force member, serve on the Governor's Commission. And the state of North Dakota is really focused on making North Dakota the most military-friendly state. A big effort, whether it's licensure, compacts that we need to enter, The Department of Defense has a top 10 list where they rank our state, and we're working ahead to try and make sure that we're green everywhere that we can. So there's a lot of efforts. And then with the rebranding of what was called Task Force for Military Issues in North Dakota, the effort, it's now called the North Dakota Military Commission. We're leaning in to make sure that we're working with all departments in the state, and as we work on workforce solutions, military is a part of that. And what does that look like for the next legislative session? So a lot of work is underway there as well. And again, I won't read these quotes, but there's some quotes included in there. I'm going to pause there because I know there's a lot to cover. We tried to spotlight some key achievements in bulleted form, so it's a quick read with our report. But I can pause and certainly stand to answer any questions.
Are there any questions for Brecca? Seeing none, continue.
Okay, thank you.
Moving on to item 10.3, that is the opioid task force plan.
Mayor Ross, members of the council, I'm Holly Bruckus. I'm the executive director at First District Health Unit. I'm here kind of on behalf of the Ward County Opioid Task Force. And how I landed here, I guess, is it's kind of laid out in the Century Code in regards to the opioid settlement money that the political subdivisions have gotten. And I sent that in, so it should be in your agenda material. But basically, it says political subdivisions should work with, collaborate with local public health units. And so Ward County, we're partnering with Ward County. They're the ones that kind of put together this task force. Mr. Stewart and Chief Klug have been sitting on the task force, and the plan that was attached is what we're hoping to do with the opioid settlement money. This has been in front of the Ward County Commissioner, and they've given us a blessing. It's a very rough start to what we want to do with the opioid settlement funds. We looked at some of the settlement requirements, and this falls in within that treatment for incarcerated populations. So we hope to put together a treatment type program in the jail. And I don't know if you guys have talked about how you want to utilize the money that the city of Minot got with that opioid settlement money. We've kind of talked initially about collaborating with Ward County. We don't have budget numbers put together on our plan because it kind of depends on the decisions that the Ward County Commission makes, and that's coming up, tomorrow they meet actually. So just putting that out there that the city of Minot has funds, and we're more than happy to help collaborate with the funds. And I guess with that, I'll stand for questions. I don't know if Harold wants to speak to some of the conversations we had, or Chief Klug too, about how to go about spending the opioid money. I want to keep it short, but I'm willing to elaborate on anything that you want to hear.
Chief, do you have anything to add? I saw you leaning forward, so.
I would just, Mr. Mayor, members of council, I would just add that been attending the meetings. In my opinion, whatever we can do to support this effort is an effort in our community. There's the funds based on what the different uses were outlined for. I think this is a good effort where we can join forces with Ward County and work with First District and Ward County Jail to serve the inmate population, hopefully change the behavior so when they come back out, they can be successful in our community.
Any questions of Holly or Chief? Thank you. Thank you, Holly. All right, next up on the agenda is the city manager's presentation of the 2025 budget. Harold, the floor is yours.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I thought it'd be a little easier to present from down here than up there. This will be a fairly dynamic presentation here, as I'll include some of the department heads as part of this presentation. So the main reason I'm here in front of you this evening is by city ordinance. One of my responsibilities on an annual basis is to prepare and present to you a recommended budget from my perspective as the city manager, taking into account my training, my experience, and understanding the needs of the departments, and hopefully also provide a recommended budget that aligns with your priorities as a council, which, as former Alderman Padragule discussed during the public appearances, we spent a day and a half talking extensively about last week. So with that, we're going to walk through this. I will warn you, this will be a lengthy presentation. I think this is probably one of the most important interactions and presentations I'll present to the council this evening. We've been working on this for months, and it's not something that I feel should be rushed. Although there will be plenty of opportunity to discuss this as we move forward, which leads me into the next slide. So in 2 weeks, on July 30th, we will have a special council meeting where the council and the public can ask questions and receive answers from staff. So my point here to this evening is I'm not anticipating a lot of questions back and forth between me and the council tonight. This is a download of information, and you have 2 weeks to review that information, and the council participate in that process. And I'll talk more extensively about that at the end of the presentation on next steps for council and asking questions as well as the public. As you can see here, city staff has been working on this since April. However, the thought process for this year's budget started well before that. And we have a little bit of a video here of some remarks I made at the State of the City back in February with regards to the approach and the philosophy and priorities of this budget going forward. So what's next? After the first of the year, as we and our staff continues to work on closing out the books of 2023, we're already looking forward to 2025 as we begin the budget process for 2025. We continue to strive to meet the commitments that the City of Minot has made to the community in the past. Those include making progress on NAWS, our flood control projects. All of these are significant financial and resource commitments as an organization and as a community, and we continue to move forward in a positive way on those key elements for our community. We continue to have the challenges and the pains that probably many of you in this room are facing now, with unprecedented effects of inflation, challenges of workforce and filling positions with qualified people and keeping them, supply chain issues, and getting equipment and supplies in a timely fashion with longer waits. With regards of all of that, though, we are not incognizant or insensitive to the going conversation and concerns with regards to the burdens of tax. So, in some of my preliminary conversations with regards to the 25 budget with staff, my goal and my objective this year as we prepare the 2025 budget is to commit to maintaining a flat level of property tax. And when I say that, what I mean is we anticipate the assessed values of properties to go up. Fortunately, Minot is becoming more and more of a community that people want to be a part of, and people are willing to pay more for homes to live in our community. I would argue that that may be an indication that perhaps we're on the right track in the priorities and the progress that we're making. That doesn't mean that it makes it any easier to pay that bill. Trust me, I had to answer some questions to my wife here right before Christmas when we got our bill in the mail as well. But my commitment is that we will do everything we can to absorb that assessed value increase and to strive to actually lower the property tax mill levy to provide some relief and some stabilization with regards to that. I will tell you that that will not be easy. My management team, who does a great job, we have a tough road ahead of us in order to do that. We will look at all expenditures. We will look at all positions to justify that they're still needed and whether or not there are any efficiencies that can be gained to help meet that goal and objective. That's all right. So after making those statements publicly several months ago, here I am tonight to try and deliver on that. And I appreciate the efforts of my management team and the staff that have helped put this budget together. As we go forward with this budget presentation this evening, I understand that I'm presenting it to address perspectives of a few different groups. First is foremost is you as the city council elected by our citizens to ultimately finalize and make decisions with regards to this budget. Secondly, I'm also talking to and presenting directly to our citizens and our community members within our community tonight. And thirdly, I'm speaking to our city staff, who are probably also intently watching this presentation and understanding what our future looks like moving forward here over the coming months. Here, as I alluded to earlier, is the result of the day-and-a-half retreat of the council last week. And this is your first public presentation of the updated aspirations and approaches and goals with regards to this city council as it sits today as a newly elected body. And you can find this information also on our city website in the future. Here's a brief outline of the current structure of our organization. Ultimately at the top is the citizens of Minot, who elects the city council, and then all of us report directly to you and the overall structure. To the left is an abbreviation of our values internally as an organization, being that our employees serve with pride, professionalism, responsibility, integrity, dedication, and excellence. This slide is a brief reminder of our community satisfaction survey that we completed the second of in the last few years, and outlining the goals and the priorities that the citizens have shared with us with regards to responding to that. The key highlights here, and you saw it earlier on one of the earlier slides, is the tax burden, increasing code enforcement and improving in that area, as well as snow removal, street maintenance, and those kinds of things. And those have been accounted for and outlined within the priorities of the budget. And hopefully, if we've done our job correctly, we'll show progress in all of those areas. So to start, let's talk a little bit about budget history and funds. This first slide is a comparison over the last 5 years of what we have built our budget off of and what our actuals have been with regards to general fund revenues. We do try to make an educated guess as city staff 18 months in advance of what the revenues will be for the city. And as you can see there on the chart, is our actuals usually match up pretty well with what we've projected in the past. We do try to be a little bit more conservative here. We do try to make sure that we're going to achieve the revenues that we're projecting, and we would rather under budget our revenues than over budget. And I think we've done a pretty good job of that over the years. This next slide is, we're going to turn to expenses, and this is a comparison of expenses. The blue bars show the authority and the budgets that the council approved, and the gold bar to the right shows what we actually expended in those years. And this is one that we try to account for all potential expenses going forward, but we try not to spend the money unless it's needed or necessary. In other words, we're not just going to spend the money because the council told us we could spend that much money. We try to moderate that and only spend what is needed to accomplish the goals and the priorities the council has provided. So a breakdown of actual revenues by funds. There's three main uses of our funds that the general fund pays for. The first being general government, highways and street maintenance, and our public safety. Our general fund is made up of revenues from licenses and permits, fines and forfeitures, transfers, intergovernmental grants, charges for service, and of property tax specifically, which is also a major revenue stream here. 71% of property tax collected goes to the general fund to support these three categories over here on the pie chart on the right. 29% of property tax collected goes towards the airport, the cemetery, library, transit, and debt retirement, which are all categories outlined in state statute of appropriate uses of levying of property taxes and uses of property taxes. We also have funds, various other funds that make up part of the budget, some small and some bigger. And these are primarily driven by fees that we charge, but are not necessarily supported significantly by taxes. And this slide is a brief overview of all of the different funds that we have and what their potential uses are. We have special revenue funds. These are primarily include funding for public transportation. We get a lot of funding from the federal and state government to run our public transportation system, to fund our library, the NAS biota plant, flood control maintenance, our community development block grant funding, all those kinds of things all come in under special revenues. We have capital project funds. There's 3 major capital project funds. Those include capital infrastructure, capital equipment, and capital flood control. Then we have the debt service, the debts and the bonds that we issue. And then at the end of that is our general taxes, which support a lot of our general operation, and those support many of our different services that we provide. This is a snapshot and a perspective that I wanted to provide, that just based off of the different services we provide, how those are supported by the different funding mechanisms that we have supporting the city. So primarily you'll see where the property tax goes and the grant funds go, and different user fees to support various departments, with the caveat that no one fee actually goes to support a specific department in most cases, particularly with general fund such as property tax and sales tax. And they are spread out throughout the organization, but this gives a little bit of a high-level view of how the different departments are supported. These change on an annual basis depending on how we balance the budget and where those funds need to be diverted to support those services. This is another one in particular that shows more comprehensively where property tax goes to support. I will say that these numbers are built off of the 2025 recommended budget. Those percentages will change from year to year, but primarily property tax supports public safety, fire, police, a lot of our admin services, which includes the city manager's office, the HR department, city attorney's office, and a lot of those different things. Public Works is primarily supported with utility funds and user fees. And then there's a different mix throughout of where those funds go. And some of those are regulated by state law on where and when we can spend those types of funds and where we can't. But this is an attempt to give you a brief overview of where those funds go and how our current budget currently reflects those moving parts. And this is just, again, a reminder, a big picture on the general fund of where our money goes to spend and what percentage of those expenses come out of our general fund. So let's delve a little bit more deeply into revenue specifically. Again, a reminder page of what the priorities are on holding the line on property tax. Let's maintain what we have, the people and the infrastructure. We're looking for efficiencies through the budget process. And then again, trying to enhance and improve our services and our attention as a result of the community satisfaction survey with regards to road maintenance, snow removal, code enforcement. So these slides get a little bit interesting. What we wanted to do is we wanted to compare some of our overall general fund revenues to the other communities within the state of North Dakota. And here we have our general property tax, special assessments, and sales tax. That shows that these are some of our primary revenues to support a lot of the services that we provide. On the bottom, you'll also see the populations for each of those communities. And you can see where Minot stacks up with regards to our effectiveness and our efficiency on our tax burden on our citizens compared to other communities throughout the state. To take this a step further, many of these communities, including Minot, dedicates a portion of their sales tax revenues for property tax relief. And so we wanted to provide some comparison there on regards to how much other cities throughout the state are using sales tax to provide property tax relief, and overall what the overall burden is to our local taxpayers in regards to that. So if you follow my line of thinking, what I was curious about is what does that translate into a per capita calculation, which is what this slide is attempting to do. And in essence, this slide is looking at the property tax support of services in particular. So you'll see that the orange bar of sales tax in general is axed out of here, or is not included in this calculation in the per capita. And you can see that per capita, Minot is one of the least tax burden communities within the state from this perspective. If you add the sales tax number back in, we change from third to fourth here. I think this tells an interesting story and an interesting perspective. When you look at all of these taxes in totality and how efficiently and effectively that we try to operate the services without relying on the pockets of our citizens to pay for that. This is a brief summary slide by percentage of all the different revenue streams, and we're going to go through a few of these individually going through here, and we'll provide some comparisons as well to 2024's budget. But these are the main categories that I talked about earlier that we use to fund our operations and the services we provide to the citizens of Minot. Here you'll see your 2024 versus 2025 number, and not a whole lot of significant change in there. A little bit more reliance on intergovernmental funds in 2024 than we're looking at in 2025, although we are seeing more heavy reliance on cash reserves in 2025 than we did in 2024. But most of the other categories, there is no real significant change in those. So let's delve into property tax specifically. So in 2025, in 2024, property tax had a revenue of $28,706,158, which represented 14.38% of our overall revenues. In 2025, we're seeing a less dependence on that in accordance with the city manager recommended budget. And you'll see that that number actually decreases to $28,520,411. With that, I want to turn some time over to Ryan, our assessor, to talk a little bit about assessments and how those factor into the budget.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. Mayor Ross, members of the council, as presented here is an expression of the 2024 equalized values by the city of Minot and Ward County. These are the valuations that overall assessed valuations that were used to determine the calculated mill levy in the city manager's presented budget. As you can see, roughly about 0.8% increase in taxable value was attributed to new construction. Of that remaining 4% increase overall that we had, and roughly about 3.2, 3.1 was from market increase. Going back over history of the trend of increase in assessments, as stated, our 2024, we had roughly about 0.8% increase was due to new construction. That new construction value is valuation that's attributed to help buy down taxes in reference to property owners when compared to previous years. That new construction value, as I mentioned, helps lessen / buy down taxes if budgets remain the same. Ultimately, as market increases, in a perfect world, if budgets stayed the same, if valuations go up, mill levy should go down. And that's a simple three-legged stool of property taxation. You have valuations, mill levies, and budgets. As city manager is presenting here today with a budget that remains the same as last year, with an increase in market valuations, which is both attributed to economic forces and appreciation of property, that means mill levy shouldn't be lowered in the assessments. One note that I will take point here, if you look back on the breakdown from 2021 to 2022, we had a significant increase in new construction value. The primary note from that was the taxable status of the Trinity Hospital. In 2023, that state law changed, and that was no longer taxable, and so the city revenue was eliminated for 2023, and then as you can see in 2024. Be happy to discuss more on valuations anytime. The link that's provided there goes directly to my annual report that's presented to the City Board of Equalization in April of each year. And as always, my phone line and office is always open for questions on assessments and valuations. Thank you.
To Ryan's point, on the link down in the bottom left, you'll see that barcode. You'll see those, various barcodes throughout the presentation. Those will all link to various things that provide more information to the council and to the public with regards to the budget process. This one in particular goes to some information and presentations from the city assessor's office with regards to how assessments are calculated and those kinds of things. Other links will provide access to documents or budget video presentations, et cetera. Those are all built in to the presentation. There's a lot to unpack here that we won't touch on, but this presentation is designed to be as accessible as possible to information for you as the council as well as the public. So here's probably the slide that you're all been anticipating looking at this evening with regards to what does the overall city manager budget do. And here, if you look, assuming a home evaluation of $100,000 or home value, you'll see the different calculations there, and probably what you want to pay attention to is more closely the last two lines there, the total city budgeted mills. So based off of the city manager's recommended budget today, we're proposing a decrease in the mill levy down to 115 mills, which per $100,000 of home value would represent a tax of $517.82, which would be a decrease of $21.87 per $100,000 of value next year. So again, I believe that we've worked hard to meet the commitment that I made back in February. This is absorbing the assessed value increases that the assessor's office just told you. And I'll have some other slides here to highlight that here in a minute. But in essence, overall, this is what the city manager's budget will do to property taxes going forward, and that it'll decrease the mill levy and decrease the out-of-pocket costs from previous years to the citizens of Minot and property owners. With that, I want to turn some time over to Mr. Lakefield, our finance director. As I mentioned before, this will be part of his presentation that would have come underneath the city manager report earlier, but he's going to talk a little bit about the mill levy itself and how it's calculated and what it means.
Good evening, members of the council. We're going to have some exciting discussion again about what is a mill. So there's a process that we go through. The finance office and the city manager's office works with the assessor's office to come up with all these numbers that we use to spread the request for property tax revenues across the tax base. So Ryan's crew goes out and looks at the properties and determines what the actual value is on those properties or what they would sell at market. Then the state law has a process then on how we distill that down to actually get the taxable value. So right away we take 50% of that, and that is the assessed value. And then to arrive at the taxable value for residential properties, we multiply the assessed value times 9%, and for commercial properties, we take that assessed value times 10%, and that is the taxable value. And then what we do is when we devise our budget and our request for property taxes, we budget in dollars. So the 28 million and change that was on there, that's what we would submit for our request for property tax dollars. The county looks at the final assessments and does the math and says, this is what the bill will be on this piece of property valued at this dollar amount, and calculates the mill rate. So a mill is essentially just a mechanism that we use to distribute that request for tax dollars across all of the individual properties. So what we do is we take the total taxable value, the total request for dollars for property tax, calculate what the rate is, the mill rate, and then you can apply that same rate to an individual property to determine the amount that they have to pay in property taxes. So what is a mill? A mill is 1/1000th, so 0.001. And in this case, we're levying 115.07 mils, so we just have to move the decimal point. So pretty exciting stuff. All right, this is just a depiction to further explain how this works. So in this, this is like a teeter-totter. Pretty simple graphic, but it helps show how this actually works. So in this case, we need $4 to be levied in property taxes. We have $200 in value. We're at a 2% rate. That gives us $4. If property values go up on the teeter-totter, the rate can go down and still arrive at the $4 levied. The exact opposite is true. If the values go down, the rate has to go up to come up with the $4 that we need to operate. So again, it's a very simple graphic, but it helps explain exactly how that relationship works.
So this slide is meant to give a history of the mill levies and the revenues received from property tax by the city since 2010. And in the middle there, you'll see the dollar kind of divided up in different colors. That's kind of a synopsis of the different entities within our community that have authority by the state to assess property taxes. So you can compare where everyone's property tax bills go in conjunction with mill levies. And that's mainly the Minot Parks, the Ward County, the Minot Public School District, and the city of Minot. And the main point being there is that the city council does not have full control over the property tax burden that everyone sees in their full bill. We only have control over a portion of that, which we are trying to maintain some control of. You'll also see that since 2019, the mill levy has either decreased or stayed flat all the way down. And we've seen some growth within the community with regards to assessed value, so we've seen some growth in revenue throughout the last few years, particularly since 2010. There's also the big jump in 2017, 18, and 19 that maybe some of the previous council can weigh in on with regards to the history of that and some perspective on how and why that happened. But the main point I want to make here, again, is going back to my commitment in February. You'll see that the revenue that we've built into the budget for 2025 is the same, that 28 million, I don't know why I keep making that mistake, $28,520,411. By keeping that the same, the assessed value is going up and creating some efficiencies internally, we've been able to, I bring you a proposed budget that decreases that levy and does not generate any additional revenue to support our operations via property tax for our citizens and our property holders within our community. So with that, I'm going to move on to sales tax. And this is a brief summary. We have 2 pennies that the city uses to generate sales tax revenues. And in accordance with the current policies that the city council has enacted, this is how those pennies get divided up and used on behalf of the taxpayers of the city of Minot. Now, there's been some discussion that once NOS is complete, you'll see that's 40% of the second penny. There's been some conversations about what happens with that and how that can be utilized once that obligation is met here within the next few years. And previous city council has already determined that by policy, and this is what that allocation would look like once NOS is completed, unless council chooses to change the policy again. In addition, well, I'll go back to the slide before this. In essence, we're projecting based off of historical data and trends an additional $1.5 million in sales tax revenues in 2025 over 2024. With that, I'm going to move on to service fees. These are fees that we charge for service within the community. This slide highlights the one and only new fee that is recommended as part of the city manager's recommended budget, and that is a plan review fee that would support a commercial plan reviewer that's been requested by our community development director. That fee is estimated to generate about $127,000. The estimated cost of a new commercial plan reviewer is at about $100,000 at this time. In addition, you're not going to be able to read these slides. These will be available on our website or in the proposed draft budget for you to see more clearly. But these highlight all of the recommended changes in rates for fees and services as part of the city manager recommended budget. This final slide also highlights those services and fees that the city staff has proposed no change in, as you can see there in the middle. No changes in permit fees, no changes in engineering fees, no changes in water sewer maintenance fees, no changes in parking ramp fees, and no changes in equipment rentals. There are some still to be determined. We are currently at a point of trying to conclude a rate study with regards to water rates, sewer rates, and storm sewer rates. Those were not completed in time for this presentation and will be a part of future presentation and discussion by the city council with staff before the budget concludes. So we're hoping to have that here in the coming weeks, but it was not ready for this evening. So again, here's a brief recap of all the revenues. The sales tax pennies, where those go to, what share the city of Minot has in the overall property tax bill, the history of property tax revenues and mill levy, and what we're projecting as property tax revenue and its effect on the mill levy for 2025, which all go down. So we've covered 3 of the major revenue streams for the city as an organization, that being property tax, sales tax, and charges for service. With that, I wanted to anticipation of some questions. We wanted to briefly review cash reserves, and I'm going to ask Dave to come up and walk through this slide, or the next couple of slides anyway, with regards to reserves.
Okay, there has been some discussion in the retreat, and I guess a little bit behind the scenes about the correct level of operating reserves. So this is just a graphic depicting by fund where we're at with reserves. The colors indicate, just like you see in the legend there, the funds that are currently committed for projects. By ordinance, the city of Minot is required to maintain a 1/12 reserve. 1/12 of their operating budget in each fund has to be maintained as a reserve. A few years ago, the policy was changed a little bit with the increase in costs and some of the ways that the government operates. It was prudent to increase that to 3/12 of the operating budget. So that was implemented at that point. We have other restrictions on the fees and bond covenants that we're contractually obligated to keep in reserve. We're anticipating adding to reserves in some of the funds for 2024. And then one of the recommendations from the GFOA is that you maintain a 30% operating reserve in your largest fund, which in our case happens to be the general fund. And I think I've discussed that in a presentation in prior meetings. We have some funds that are, some reserves that are earmarked to be used in future projects. So we've kind of taken the policy that when we have large expenditures coming up, that we'll set aside money for a number of years to build up that balance and then spend the money, just like we would put money into a savings account in anticipation for a large purchase. The city has taken that approach to funding some large projects. And then, of course, the last section is what's available to be used. The one thing that we don't show on this graphic is some of the large projects that we have looming on the horizon that would be potential uses for some of these reserves as well. We have a building at the old, I think we refer to it now as the Legacy City Hall building that we anticipate the police department is going to be occupying, that will need some money. We have a little bit set aside, and we'll show that in a future slide here. But overall, the money that we have set aside for that is not enough to address the needs over there. So that's not included in this calculation. So that is an example of a project that has a significant price tag that we would tap into those reserves to utilize. This graphic here just shows in 2024 budget, in the 2025 budget, again by fund, what we anticipate either using in the year or putting back into reserves. So a negative dollar amount here is a good thing. That means we're actually putting some money into reserves in those funds. Positive means we're utilizing funding. So some of these are big dollar numbers, and the ones that really jump out, sales tax for flood control and NAS, because they're large capital projects. We've collected that sales tax over a number of years, and now we're in the construction phase of those projects, so we're going through those funds. So we're utilizing those reserves. Okay, this just is a graphic showing the balance again by fund with the actual dollar amounts, not just the line. And again, showing the general fund or the balance of every fund. I'm gonna back up here one little bit too. Again, keeping in mind that some of these funds are restricted and can only be used for this intended purpose. Magic Fund being an example of that. That money was collected through sales tax that was imposed. It's restricted on what it can be used for. We have funds at the airport, passenger facility funds, and passenger facility charges and customer facility charges. And it's restricted on what we can use that. We can't just use those funds for any purpose. So I just caution you on that as well.
Thank you, Dave. The one thing I would add here, going back a couple of slides real briefly here, is so overall, a lot of our reserve fund balances are pretty healthy and pretty good. The two that I would provide some caution on and probably need some attention would be is the need to build reserves in the library and at the airport. There are two of the few that don't have the, sorry, I'm partly colorblind, so I'm going to say like an olive green, the available fund bar. Those are two funds that don't really have any available reserves in them, and we should probably focus on trying to rebuild some reserves so there's some breathing room there for those two departments. So now we've talked about funds and revenues and reserves and all those kinds of things. Now we're going to get a little bit more into the nitty-gritty with regards to expenses and where all that money is going and what it's going to help accomplish as proposed from the city manager's recommended budget. A couple of key things to highlight here. Again, I've shown this slide a couple of times, but a couple of things that you hear us talk about is road maintenance and trying to continue to dedicate more finances and resources towards road maintenance, which has been a multi-year commitment to this point. Another one is the 2025 annual pay plan and classification plan, which I'll talk about here in a couple of slides, as well as health insurance. These are things that have significant cost increases that we try to balance with the services that we try to provide. So with that, this slide is meant to be kind of a high-level view again of the different things that we're looking at. Based off of our market study and the annual pay adjustments as per policy, we are seeing a $2.3 million increase in wage costs for employees. That's just wages, that's not including the benefits costs that are also tied to those wages. We built in a 5% increase with health insurance. We're a little bit early in this in this benefit year to have solid numbers. We've had some precursory meetings with our consultant with regards to health insurance. We believe that that number can fluctuate anywhere from a 2% increase to an 8% increase. We're hoping to have more concrete information with regards to that here before the end of this month. But we'll definitely have information prior to your final actions on balancing the budget so that we have that number nailed down. But we're hoping that we can keep that at no more than 5% increase, maybe a little bit lower. One of the requests by staff has been the consideration of potentially allowing our public safety employees to participate in the state's public safety retirement system, and recommending that that be considered as part of the 2026 budget coming forward. As Dave just alluded to with regards to building and infrastructure, in 2024 budget, the current budget that we're in now, City Council set aside almost $500,000 towards the future needs and costs of that project. The 2025 budget right now is recommended has no money being set aside towards that project. Well, we will discuss it. I anticipate over the coming months to come up with an idea and a plan, but right now there is no funding set aside in the recommended budget towards that. Again, in response to the community satisfaction survey, the biggest priority out of both surveys in 2021 and 2023 was the condition and quality of our roads. And you'll have a slide here in a little bit showing the history of that and where we're headed to for that. And we continue to try and work on improving snow removal, getting to our residential streets more quickly. You won't see a whole lot in this presentation about this, but we do have staff working on an update to that plan, which we will present to council in the coming weeks, and how we think there's some efficiencies that can be gained and how we can approach that a little bit differently to hopefully improve that satisfaction of our citizens with regards to snow removal. And we'll talk a little bit about code enforcement here within the budget. Overall, 2025 budget practices were, we took a zero-based budget approach, which means that rather than looking at this is how much we traditionally spend in this area, city staff was required to justify all expenses, all positions. We didn't just automatically carry it over from last year to this year. They started from zero and had to justify all expenses for 2025. This is also the first year that we also required city staff to begin preparing projections for the 2026 budget, so that as we're making changes in 2025, we're positioning financially for the 2026 budget process. So we're kind of gravitating towards a multi-year budget process so that we can have a greater perspective and look at that going forward, and understanding that the ramifications of cuts this year, it's not truly a savings if we have to rebuild it back into the 2026 budget. Another key piece that I wanted to talk about here is some key changes that you'll see across all of the department budgets, which will be consistent. First and foremost is some IT costs. We had a lot of those costs consolidated into the IT budget, and this year we're spreading some of those costs out to the different departments. One example of that would be like Microsoft licenses, right? We make those, instead of having the IT pay for all the Microsoft licenses across the entire organization, and those are built into and transferred out of each department's budget. So we're aware of what that cost burden is by department and not just all consolidated in one place. Wages, which we'll talk about, and benefits are also consistent across. So you'll see an increase of that across all departments. Speaking of personnel, some key highlights here. This is a listing of all of the new positions and requests for positions as part of the budget process this year. I already touched on the commercial planner. That is a proposed new full-time position within the organization. Assuming council approves the new fee, that position would be 100% supported by that new fee. Would not be supported by property taxes, it would be supported by that fee. There has been a request for an additional human resources position. The intent there is to provide some more resources and ability for us to address some organizational-wide HR needs and some bigger picture adjustments and looks, as opposed to just being swamped with the day-to-day obligations and activities of the staff. Earlier on your agenda tonight, you approved some steps forward with staffing of the new biota plant, and all 12 of those positions are built into the 2025 budget. I will say that $905,000 is primarily refunded through federal and state funds. So there's very little local impact to support those positions outside of our commitment from our fees in paying for those costs, but the bulk of those positions are reimbursed through federal and state funding. Code enforcement, as we talked about as a highlight from 2 community surveys in a row now at this point, rather than adding a full full-time position, which was requested at the beginning of the budget, we have pared that down. We currently have a seasonal part-time position. We hire a part-time person to help during the summertime, particularly when weeds are tall and those kinds of things, to help with that. As part of this budget recommendation, we have upgraded that from a seasonal part-time to a permanent part-time position year-round to help with some of those needs rather than a full-time position. In the police department, and this is actually probably more of a savings than it is an add to the budget, we currently have 14 vacant positions. Of those, 8 positions are funded in the budget, 6 positions are not. The goal there is for our staff to work on trying to fill those 8 positions, and if we are successful in doing that and those are full and we're not fully through the fiscal year 2025, we can come and discuss alternatives with the council on continuing that trajectory. But as of right now, the city manager recommended budget for 2025 only funds 8 of those 14 positions. Those 14 positions are still authorized within the budget, so they're not losing the positions. We're just trying to take a more realistic approach that we're likely not going to be able to fill all 14 of those positions in 2025, but we do believe that we can fill 8 of those positions. And then based off of the CPSM study, there were some additional changes and upgrades at this point. The main effect in fire is with regards to upgrading a battalion chief to an assistant fire chief. And then the other positions there that are struck out are cuts that were made. And I'll let Chief Kelly talk a little bit about those with regards to the fire department here in a minute. Again, a reminder that we want to continue over the coming budgets to try and make progress in implementing some of the recommendations out of the CPSM study. And in addition is my recommendation in 2026 to consider allowing our public safety employees to enroll into the state's public safety retirement system. That comes with a cost of an additional about $250,000 a year investment by the city as an employer to make that transition. It's actually a lot less than I thought it would be. I thought it was going to be well over $1 million. And with that estimate of $250,000, I think that's a bit more achievable in future budgets. And that'll help us with recruitment and retention of public safety staff. With that, I want to focus a little bit more on the wage adjustments, the $2.3 million. And what I've done is I broke this down into 5 different alternatives. The first alternative would be to do no raise at all for all city staff, that we freeze wages across the board. And that would be zero cost. You could cut $2.3 million out of the budget by doing that. I think it probably goes without saying that will create morale issues and turnover issues and retention issues and recruitment issues taking that approach. And staff and I do not advise that option, but it is an option nonetheless. The second is full implementation of the market study and the step raises that are built in by policy. The third option would be to do the market adjustment only. Of that $2.3 million, about $1.4 million of it is just in the market adjustments. In essence, what we've done is we've gone out and compared to other employers and cities and the adjustments that they've made, and trying to maintain ours competitive with theirs, that is recommended that we do that. If we don't do that, what happens is we are no longer competitive and we begin to leak our employees to other communities and other employers to do the same job. The fourth option is to do the step raises only and not do the market adjustments. Again, this option prohibits us from being market competitive and will create some compression issues throughout the organization. I will say that as part of this, several months ago, at the council's direction, we engaged what we called the Wage and Benefit Committee that came back with some recommendations. One of those recommendations that the council approved was every 3 years was to hire a consultant to do that market study and to look at our pay plan. 2025 will be the first implementation of that, so we do have built into the budget for 2025 for that consultant to come in and do that market adjustment study. In addition, what I would recommend, and I believe the HR director would recommend also, is that we have that consultant look at how many steps we have within our plan. We have 17 steps from the bottom of a pay range to the top. And we think that that's creating some of our market competitiveness issues and being able to keep up with other communities because they have less steps to go from the bottom of their pay range to the top. Several of them only have 10 steps as opposed to 17. And I think it's kind of creating this like we're chasing the rabbit type thing, that we keep doing these market adjustments, but we never seem to catch up because we're not able to keep our wages competitive because in other communities they're able to move through that pay range quicker. So we would recommend in 2025 that when that consultant comes in to do that study, that they look at that and provide us a recommendation of whether or not we should reconsider how many steps are between the bottom and the top of the pay range. In addition, I'd also recommend that consultant be tasked with looking at compression issues throughout our pay plan and see if there's ways to remedy some of those issues. Now, as my management team and I discussed this, we are sensitive to and mindful of $2.3 million is a lot of money. And if you were to look through the impacts that would have for employees throughout the organization, and there are some significant pay raises recommended there that may not be well received by public perception. So what we decided to do here was to create a hybrid model for your consideration. And in essence, what this would do is rather than giving both a market adjustment and a step increase, employees only would get the higher of the two, but they wouldn't get both. So if the market adjustment is higher than the step increase, that's what we've built into this hybrid model. But if the step increase is higher than the market increase, then the step increase is what's included in there. This hybrid model trims about $700,000 of that $2.3 million out. Additional caveat here is some of the biggest pay increases were for department heads, significant ones, and my management team agreed that limiting department head increases to 2 steps rather than a full implementation of the step increases and the market adjustments in total, and that contributes to some of that $700,000 findings. In essence, just for the council's knowledge and the public's knowledge, one step increase is about a 2.5% raise. So a 2-step increase would mean that it's no more than 10%. But there are several in there that based off of their market adjustments, and most of the pay raise comes on the market adjustment side, it would be significantly higher than that. So that's the hybrid model. But what's built into the city manager recommended budget at this time is the full $2.3 million cost. And you have the alternative for the council to decide on whether or not you want to have some cost savings there by doing the hybrid model as opposed, or any of these other options. But right now, the city manager recommended budget includes the full $2.3 million, which is the full market adjustments and step increases. That's done in an effort to continue to bolster and improve employee morale and to hopefully stave off conversations if employees want to leave employment with the city to go to other cities or other employers for work. The entire pay plan is included in that barcode down there on the bottom right. So if any of the public wants to see that, there's a direct link to that here on this slide. One caveat here is, well, two caveats. These numbers do not include the benefit cost impacts of that. So as the wage costs go up, so do the benefit costs go up. The numbers that are provided on this slide are only with regards to wages. There's additional costs that are built into the city manager recommended budget based off of that 2.3 million being built in. And of that 2.3 million, about 60% is general fund and 40% comes out of enterprise funds. So for example, our water employees are paid through the water enterprise funds, so they would be counted underneath that 40% enterprise funds of wages. So not all that 2.3 million comes out of property taxes or sales tax or whatever those other general purpose revenues are. 40% of it comes out of enterprise funds, so water, sewer fees, landfill fees, all those different types of things. This slide is a brief summary of all the equipment and infrastructure projects that are built into the budget and those that were requested and are not included in the city manager recommended budget. I'm not going to read the list to you. Many of these things that are pulled out are out of the 2025 budget, but will probably need to be reconsidered in future budgets. But we felt that we had some time that we could buy, that they didn't need to be built into the 2025 budget. And in particular, one of the things I want to highlight here as well is in the 2024 budget, the city council approved a new position, that being our VERF fleet manager, who's in the audience today. And we're in the process of building that VERF, and the intention of that process is to account for the replacement and maintenance of all city vehicles, and that we can, on an annual basis, build in funding for those on a regular basis. And in essence, that fund kind of takes care of itself and replaces and maintains those vehicles on a regular basis, and hopefully smooth out the ups and downs of purchasing vehicles and equipment, and makes that more predictable and more steady and more manageable over future budgets. Also, once we get past approving the 2025 budget, city staff wants to look at potentially consolidating our facility maintenance approaches. That's somewhat siloed through the departments throughout the organization. And we think there's some efficiencies that can be gained by consolidating those down. We still need to meet the needs of the different departments that have some uniqueness to them, but we think that there's some efficiencies that can be gained by consolidating. In addition, another item that city staff will be talking about with the council here in the future is implementation of a lean process, so that as we identify needs and costs, that we actually run that through a lean process. So if we can find that there are ways to do things more efficiently before we add positions or spending or software or those kinds of things, that we have a deliberate process that we walk through that make sure that we identify the problem that we're trying to solve, identify the potential solutions of to that problem, and then implement the solution to that problem, and then make sure that that solution was implemented as fully and effectively as we can to try and minimize future tax burden on the citizens of Minot. With regards to services, here's a brief highlight of some of the efforts that we made within the 2025 budget to address some of these service needs. The big one being road maintenance. In this year's budget, 2024, we budgeted $8 million towards road improvements. We're bumping that up to $11 million in 2025. That $11 million is built into the city manager recommended budget. The current recommendation by the city engineer is $16 million, and we can have some further conversation about that with his slide in future meetings. But in essence, that's what we're trying to get to. I will note here, though, that all of that $11 million in the 2025 budget is being paid for with Hub City Fund revenues. That's our oil fund revenues that we get, and sales tax revenues. None of that is being supported by property tax or other general fund revenues. Those are only being funded completely by Hub City funds and sales tax. We delayed some water main replacement. Some of that's due to delays in construction and those kinds of things. We didn't see point in budgeting funds if we weren't actually going to be able to do the work and get to it. Here's one for some interest. This might pique some eyebrows across the community, and that's with regards to wayfinding signage. My city manager recommended budget only includes funding for completing the upgrades of the community entrance signs and then doing some signage identifying public parking on the downtown parking garages. All other wayfinding costs that were built into the plan are cut from the city manager recommended budget and are not included. Those cuts include the archways downtown, the downtown kiosks, and there was a series of secondary gateway signage that correlates with the signage that has gone up here in the recent weeks, and all of those have been stripped out of the city manager's recommended budget. We delayed the beginning of construction of Cell 8 at the landfill. Basically, we're bringing a new one online, and we think that we can get another year or so before we need more than the 2 cells open that we currently have. Back to the priority from the community satisfaction survey with regards to snow removal. One of the aspects of our plan is to increase enforcement of vehicles being off of our snow routes. In order to be able to do that, those routes have to be properly signaged so that citizens are aware that they're potentially parking on a snow route. And when that's into effect, again, we'll be talking about our changes to our snow plan and potentially our ordinances with regards to snow removal will come forward at a future council meeting. Other major projects that are included in the 2025 budget and beyond will be the Puppy Dog Coulee project and a couple of projects at 16th Street. Another change that we made here is every few years we need to upgrade the aerial photography for our GIS system. And through the budget process, we discovered that the vendor for that allows us, rather than paying for all 3 years all at once, they'll allow us to pay that in a phased approach over a 3-year period. And so the city manager budget recommends taking that option, and that equivocates to $65,000 per year for 3 years to upgrade that aerial photography. So we found some savings there by not paying for all of that in the 2025 budget. With that, we're going to transition to each department specifically, some of the key highlights of those. I'm going to take this first one because Mr. Billingsley is not here this evening. And then I'm going to turn the time over per slide for the department head to come up and speak to theirs. Towards the end, there are some departments that don't have significant changes, so we've consolidated a lot of those departments to just 1 or 2 slides as opposed to 1 slide per department. And I would encourage those departments to just take a brief minute to provide any update that you may have, even though you're consolidated on 1 slide. So here with community development, again, we talked about the addition of the commercial plan reviewer. There is the plan review fee that's recommended here to be implemented by council to support that. Code enforcement was a major priority out of the community satisfaction survey. You'll see some information down there on the bottom right-hand corner with regards to that. We already talked about wayfinding signage. I'm not going to review that one again. There was some money built in the budget with regards to dangerous buildings and demolitions. Those come up on occasion. But rather than budget that in the budget and not have a need for it and not have that money go to use, we felt it more appropriate that when those situations arise, that we'll bring those to council for a budget amendment, potentially use reserves if that needs arises. Some other key highlights that Mr. Billingsley asked me to make here with regard to his budget. With regards to hiring of a full-time commercial plan reviewer, this position was cut from the 2018 budget. Plan reviews are currently handled by the building official and senior inspector. We've experienced an increase in building permit applications over the past few years. In 2023, inspection staff conducted 525 plan reviews. The caseload has become so high that the building official and senior inspector do not have enough time to do the work that they are paid to do. The wait time on a typical plan review is now 5 to 6 weeks compared to 2 to 3 weeks just a couple of years ago. And so he's proposing the fee to support the cost of the new position. With regards to the part-time code enforcement position, The caseload for this position has rapidly increased over the past couple of years. One full-time code enforcement officer cannot adequately cover a city of 48,000 residents. Our officer is so busy that she can only respond to complaints from the general public. Expanding this position will give us the ability to be more proactive in combating blight and decay. Cleanliness of the community was ranked as a high priority in the recent community satisfaction survey. Housing study implementation. This includes sponsoring residential commercial developer training programs to help local residents become successful land developers. Sponsor a production level housing construction training program for our local home builders that will help increase our housing inventory. The Minot Association of Builders has expressed an interest in co-sponsoring this event with the city, and currently we have $15,000 built into the budget to help on these two initiatives. On comprehensive plan implementation, promote existing grant and loan programs that assist with rehabilitation of existing housing stock to broaden accessibility for residents and disabilities, the elderly, and first-time home buyers. The Community Development Department will work with the PIO office, the Chamber of Commerce, Minot Air Force Base, and local banks to develop a targeted outreach campaign, and there's $15,000 built into the budget to help with those initiatives as well. The QR code there on the slide will take you to the budget video prepared by the Community Development Department for sake of the public. And with that, I will turn it over to the department heads and we'll go through their presentations.
Well, gosh, Mr. Mayor, the city manager kind of read all my stuff already, so I don't think I'll have a whole lot to add. But the slide's kind of busy, which if you looked around town, kind of speaks to what our staff has been up to. We have all of our contracts active right now, so we have asphalt going down everywhere. So it'll kind of tail off here now. Our microsurfacing is done, and we have about a week and a half left of chip sealing, and then we'll just be left with some concrete stuff and mill and overlay. But as you can tell here on the graph, we've had quite an increase in street maintenance dollars over the last several years. Just a few years ago, we had just under $3 million, and now this year we'll be requesting 11, trying to get up to the level that we need to get our pavement condition index, or that PCI, above our target value of 80. And that is the target value that we want to be at, where we have a good quality street in the city of Minot. We're close to that, but the level of funding that we have right now really keeps us kind of focused on our arterial roads. We just can't quite get off of those to get into some of the neighborhood streets to get rid of that backlog. So with the increase in funding over time, we can start transitioning away from our arterials, get into the neighborhood streets, and get some of those roads reconstructed and bring them back up to where they should be. So that's going to be our focus over the next couple of years, is to do that and deliver that to the citizens. We're going to continue to invest in our traffic signal upgrades. In 25, we have $775,000 dedicated to replace traffic signals and upgrade the technology in those signals to allow us to coordinate signals on corridors, to allow them to communicate and to adjust traffic signal timings to help move traffic flow a little bit better. That's one of the takeaways from the community survey. With the technology increase, we'll be able to help with that quite a bit. Another thing that we're looking at here in the coming years is we have some large capital projects that are in the design phase right now. Our Puppy Dog Storm Sewer is just finishing design. We're hoping to bid that out here later this fall, potentially starting construction on a portion of it in 24, but likely in 25. Our 16th Street reconstruction is in final design. We'll bid that out this fall through the DOT. That'll start construction in the spring of 25, with phase 2 slated for 2028. Storm Sewer District 124, which will service a large drainage basin in North Minot. We'll be bringing that to you sometime probably this summer for discussion. We haven't talked a lot about that project here recently. So we'll touch base with council here probably sometime in August or September and walk you through what that project's all about. Essentially, Broadway floods on some pretty large drainage events, and we want to take care of some of those issues. We're in final design for our 16th Street interchange rehabilitation project, replacing all 3 traffic signals and doing some concrete replacement throughout that interchange. And then we'll also be starting design in 2025 on our 3rd Street corridor reconstruction through downtown. So we have some real big street maintenance projects here in the queue, and that'll also help us to increase our pavement condition index, or that PCI, over the next coming years. Some department capital projects that we're also looking at. The city manager had mentioned our aerial photography and our contour project. We do that every 5 years. The vendor that we use does allow us to spread that cost over 3 years. That does make that pretty affordable to us. We plan on contracting with them again. And then our survey base station, which is kind of the main piece of equipment that we use to do GEPS surveying within our department. It's starting to fail, and we do need to replace that. So that's a $21,000 purchase that's in the budget. So that's a critical piece of infrastructure for us. So that's what our department has. Our key is infrastructure maintenance. We're trying to maintain what we have and try to effectively utilize that for our citizens. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Good evening, members of council. So if you recall during the budget workshop or the budget tours that we did back a couple months ago, one of the things I mentioned is, basically the Public Works Department does one of 2 things. We either provide a service or we maintain something. So I think you'll see budgets that are cognizant of that goal. On the water plant side, thank you for the addition of the additional operators. We're excited, but we have a lot of work to do to get NOS water here starting next year. We're still on track for about mid next year for lake water to start flowing. So we have a staff of 12 now to get on board and get them trained and ready to go. So also on the water side, for the next many years, we'll be concentrating on the lead service line replacement project, cast iron pipe replacement. Like Harold mentioned, we did take $9.5 million of funding out of this year's budget for cast iron replacement. Our projects kind of got off cycle this year due to the application process for SRF funding. So they got out to bid late, which means they're starting construction late. So that construction will get carried into next year. So internally, we'll design about a $2.5 million project, and then we'll get a consultant on board to do those additional projects for 2026. On the sanitation side, we have about $800,000 to purchase 2 new automated trucks. Inflation has driven the cost of those machines up pretty significantly, so they're about $400,000 or just under $400,000 a piece. This would be some of the first replacements of the original trucks when we went to automation in 2017. So we'll continue that replacement. We're certainly having some reliability issues. If you pay real close attention to who's picking up your garbage and when, at times you'll see the old rear loaders out and some of our operators hoisting carts using the old rear loaders. So we want to get a good reliable fleet again, so we'll continue to do the replacements. Landfill equipment purchases, we're kind of taking a different approach to landfill equipment. We've generally, some of our big expensive pieces of machinery, we've leased them for 5 years. They have about 8,500 hours on them. After that 5 years, we turn them back to the vendor. Those machines have increased in cost by about probably 50%. Interest rates are not as favorable as they were for leasing. So, for next year, we're going to buy out our landfill compactor. 5 years ago, that was about an $800,000 piece of equipment. That's about a $1.5 million piece of equipment now. So we're going to buy a machine that has buy it out for about $265,000. We'll run it for another couple years, probably get it to about 10,000 hours. So we're taking some risk. That machine doesn't have warranty. They're very expensive to repair. But when we own that machine, we've gained that equity over the last 5 years. So now we can take that machine and there's a refurbishment program. So we can have that machine refurbished for about 800,000 or 900,000, and it basically comes off the line with a new VIN number and a new machine with full warranty. So we'll probably start looking at that model more closely of taking ownership of these machines, going through the refurbishment process. Those machines can be, used and rebuilt, I think, about 3 times before they're really like end of life. So we're gonna, that's a model that some of your larger waste management companies across the globe do. So we're gonna start trying to model that and try to tamp down some of the equipment purchase costs. Like Harold mentioned, we're going to delay our first year of addition to Cell 8. Cell 7 is just completed, should be online here in the next month, I would guess. So probably about 3 or 4 years from now, we should start construction of Cell 8 to make sure that we have that lower line area to dump in, so we're not dumping 80 feet in the air like we have been lately, and the North Dakota winds have not been real generous to us. So that's our plan with that. Lastly, flood control. That I believe is still a priority of the city. So as the city's representative on flood control, I'll keep my foot on the gas as best I can and keep these projects rolling as best as I can and keep getting projects out for design and constructed. So with that, I think the QR code takes you to the budget video that I did with Jen, so you can go back and review that if you'd like.
Good evening, Mayor Ross, City Council members. So as you see in this depiction, our main focus is going to be on snow removal. Okay. So for the Public Works Operations Department, there are a few items I would like to highlight for the 2025 budget. To assist with the snow removal efforts, we're going to start with graders. We do currently have 8 graders within the Streets Department, 2 of which we do own and are exhibiting increased maintenance issues, mainly reliability issues as well, associated with their use. So these graders are one of the main equipment items used for snow removal. We do intend to bring forward, as Harold mentioned before, additional plans for the 6th graders that we're currently releasing. And this will actually take place on 5 August. But for the $210,000 we're requesting here, this is really just to help us ensure that our snow removal efforts continue to occur as they have in the past, with offering some opportunities for some improvements along the way. And this is specific to those graders. As for the large snowblower attachment, the team has elected to set aside some funding this year and intends to do the same thing next year to replace our Wildcat snowblower. Again, we're having some major reliability issues with the piece of equipment, as far as increased maintenance costs associated with it as well. The current snowblower, as I mentioned, is exhibiting those maintenance issues, which is really driving the need for a replacement part. Moving to summertime services, we have the, as for the 72-inch front deck mowers, we are requesting funding to replace our current 2013 and 2014 mowers due to their increased downtime and maintenance-related issues we're starting to notice. Continuing on to the road grader attachment for the skid steer. Due to our crews right now experiencing issues with maneuvering through alleyways due to narrow pathways, we would like to procure the grader attachment to help improve gravel and alleyway maintenance capabilities. This is one of the items that I believe was captured within the community satisfaction survey, so we really want to get after that. The smaller footprint of the piece of equipment itself would definitely help the team move through the alleyway with ease, allowing the team to repair any damaged alleyways, as I mentioned before, post any of the snow removal activities that are going to occur during the season. For the truck-mounted vacuum sweeper, this is year 1 of 2 for setting aside funding, as I mentioned with the other asset as well. And this is to replace our 2010 Allianz sweeper. The replacement request is, again, driven by increased maintenance requirements as well. As for the toolcat attachments, the intent here is to help the team improve the sidewalk and snow removal services. Again, this is one of the main items that was addressed during the community satisfaction survey. Now transitioning over to transit from street. Within our fleet and transit departments, the current mobile hoists are reaching their life expectancy. They are starting to become more and more unsafe for technicians, as well as some of the parts. We're starting to see some obsolescence issues and retrieving parts that we actually need. For the cemetery, for the last couple of items, we have the columbarium section. For the past 4 years, or I guess 3 years to include 2025, we've set aside funding in anticipation for reaching our capacity on that for the available niches at the cemetery. So right now we're currently sitting at 73% capacity. We have projected that we will run out of available niches mid-2025. This is again the driving factor behind making sure we have available sections for what we need for available spaces for years to come. By installing the new section, we do anticipate getting about 144 additional niches, which will, again, as I mentioned, add several years to our timeline, and again, restart that clock for setting aside additional funding for future years. And finally, for the cemetery records keeping itself, so we're currently using basically a ledger type system. It's basically starting to transition some 27,000 hard copy records over to a digital process and try to add them into our systems for record keeping purposes. So what we're looking to do here is adding new software to provide digital record keeping and digital record management capabilities, as well as some sales capabilities we're not currently available. So with that, I guess I'll open up for any questions.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. 2025 is the first year that we not only take the information that we received from the city survey, but we also get to incorporate what we learned from the CPS-M analysis. So the focus on in 25 is indicated as our priorities is accreditation, code enforcement, problem properties, but we're also going to take these recommendations and seriously break them down and start moving forward with making us a better city of Minot and a better fire department. Code enforcement for us in the city survey, as you can see, friendliness was number one for us, was one of the lower ones for us, and it didn't break down a whole lot for code enforcement for fire. But as a city team, we've been working, and we're going to start working together to identify and begin addressing these issues. So the first step that's included in the 25 budget, as has already been noted, is the assistant chief position. That position will come from the battalion chief rank. We will take one of them. It's not a new position. We're going to take one and move them into that position. The next step is making some operational changes and strategically aligning us to be able to be ready for the next steps of the accreditation process, which is a in-depth process, which I will bring to this body as we get into it, as well as addressing some of the other operational recommendations that they made. Some of them are pretty easy wins for us, but some of them will take more planning as well as budget for it. We've included in our initial budget, as you can see, we made a lot of cuts, but they were strategic in why we decided to cut them. The firefighters, for example, we asked to cut them because there is a thing called a SAFER grant that is from the AFG, Assistance to Firefighter Grant from the federal government. That SAFER stands for Staffing for Adequate Fire and Emergency Response. And the primary focus for SAFER is to bring us to that NFPA standard, that 1710 that we focused on. So we're going to take a shot. I'll probably come to this body and ask for some money for a consultant to give us a little bit of advice on how we can be successful. But that would be a 3-year grant. There'd be a zero cost share for our city. So I think that'd be a win. So we pulled that off the table. The fire marshal, I have a plan. I'm not ready to release the plan. We're going to do some tweaking within that office. We're going to look at efficiencies, and we're going to see what we can do as far as planning for bringing a fire marshal on. The fire engine was removed. We are going to be looking at a used engine actually this week. I have a team flying down to Minneapolis to look at a used engine, and they're also going to be replacing a few of them. So we're going to see what it would take to maybe get 2 from the funding that was provided by council for a used engine to get us by a little bit longer. I have not had the chance to meet with our VERF guy, the fleet manager yet, but that is in the works for this week also. And I want to get that plan going, and then we can look at how to fund these engines. They are just very expensive, and we need to have a plan for that. That I'm excited for our future, and thank you very much for your time.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. They did me a favor and they broke this down into 3 slides. Sorry, I think I'm the only one so far, but so it made it a little easier on me. So start with the CPS study. You heard the presentation earlier this year, and 78 recommendations is a lot to break down. So we really want to focus on the things that might help make us a little bit more efficient. So clarifying chain of command, just making sure everybody knows the roles of all the positions we have at the PD. Investigation software actually should be complaint investigations. So between internal investigations and just citizen complaints against officers, we can better analyze if there's a common theme behind some of those complaints. Patrol, we have online reporting options. We've already started looking into some of the options, so we can take some of the very simple complaints where a lot of times it's just an insurance claim that they're really trying to file, but they have to file with police. It's something they could do online. Schedule adjustments have already taken place. Those went into effect June 6th. Civilian positions, looking back for those of you that have been on the council for the last couple years, I've presented non-sworn positions in both records and property. I removed all positions this year knowing that we're going into a pretty tough budget year. I took them all out. Part of that is for the purpose of budget. The other part is a purpose of analysis of where we're at and hopefully getting fully staffed so we can fully evaluate what our needs are if we had the staffing that we are currently authorized. Increased fleet size, that's something we've slowly done over years. There's not an emergency there. It's something they pointed out through the study. But we so far have maintained about 5 patrol vehicles per year, and then in investigations and potentially another specialty type vehicle every year. So something that, again, like Chief Kelly said, it'll be something that we work with the fleet manager on now that that position's in place. And consolidating evidence storage, for those of you that have been through the PD, you've seen the problems we have. Without significant funding and construction, there's no way to do that right now, but cover a little bit of that on slide 2. So we also went through the space needs analysis for the PD. I'm just going to touch real high level here. There's a lot of pros and cons of this process that were brought up, and we ended up with 2 options. One was to stay where we're at and completely absorb that complex, take a lot of construction, a lot of working with that current facility and a number of phases to get through that construction process and maintain our current operation. And then, of course, there's the option of finding a new location and building new and then moving into that location once that's complete. There's no plan in place. That'll be something we bring back later to discuss further and try to come up with a plan of how we want to move forward on that. Finally, and city manager spoke to this earlier, 14 positions. We're requesting the fund 8, leave 6 unfunded. On a typical year, we fill somewhere between 6 and 8 positions that are open. We're hoping, because now we're working with HR, we've come up with a new plan of potentially streamlining our hiring. We're hoping that that process of speeding up the process will make it a little bit more appetizing. We won't lose the applicants while they're waiting for an offer from us, that type of thing. So we're hoping that we can fill 8+ as we move into 2025. So I would just ask that they're definitely needed positions. And I think if you look at the graph below it, where in our traffic enforcement, our educational programs, those are 2 locations that with the amount of work overtime they're already working, we can't get people to work the grant funded overtime that we have for traffic enforcement. So I think as we fill the positions, you'll see that satisfaction go back up where it was in 2021 and beyond. Our response times, they're still trending upward, and that has a lot to do with the fact that we maintain a minimum staffing, and so that's not going to change, and the priority is to call for, or to respond to those that call for our service. So our real only big budget needs are personnel, and then just maintaining our fleet. That's the needs that we have as we move into 2025.
Good evening, Mayor Ross, members of the council. It's me, your friendly neighborhood assessor again. In my 2025 budget request, I'm not asking for anything different than what my 2024 budget request pertained to. In previous presentations, I expressed that 92% of my budget comes from staffing. In my office, there's 6 of us in the office: city assessor, assistant city assessor, 3 senior property appraisers, and 1 property specialist. In comparison to the rest of the state, we are the most effective assessor's office in the state in compared to number of appraisers and the number of properties assessed yearly. So we strive on that. The biggest takeaway from that is, an achievement for that, I'd say, is the senior level and the knowledge and in-depth experience that my staff brings to the table every single day. Not only do we provide valuation services, we also provide assistance with tax credits, and then also maintaining our detailed property records, of which we were just this last year, in the last 12 months, we had just shy of 1 million views on our property records on our website. Of those views, that's anywhere from lending organizations, realtors, closing agencies, the general public, and fee appraisers. And so those are the 3 services we provide. I do want to touch note here on the screen there, you do have a link to the tax credits and exemption forms on our website. The big one takeaway this year was we had a significant increase, roughly about a 55% increase in our homestead credit applications year to date. Of those, we had about 817 applicants this year. Of those 817, 321 of those individuals won't pay a dime in property taxes because of the new expansions that the state put in place for the homestead credit. On top of the 817 homestead credit applications, we have another 522 disabled veteran credits that we apply in our office. So not only are we out there valuing properties, but we're finding ways to assist our property owners in the reduction in tax burden. In conclusion here, that sums up my presentation. Look forward to having a hands-on budget tour with you guys on the 30th. And I'm still looking for volunteers to have their home reassessed that day. So call my office if you're interested. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, as far as the airport's 2025 budget request, there's the items that I presented during our budget tour continue to be the strategies that we're going to focus on in 2025. Our runway 826, the pavement is requiring some significant rehabilitation. Some drain tile needs to be added to 826, but this is our crosswind runway. It's not our primary runway. And so that project, next year in 2025, the plan would be to design and design the 826 project, and then the build would come in 2026 and 2027's budget. It would be a multi-year phased approach to that runway project. The building systems, as we discussed and discovered during our tour, there's issues with the roof, there's issues with some of the systems that are aging and are used quite frequently. Our jet bridges are due for some major overhauls and rehauls. In addition to not just our main terminal building, we also have a general aviation terminal, which houses our Customs and Border Protection and the FAA, and AvFlight, which is one of our commercial service providers for our pilots and our commercial airlines. They do the fueling and hangaring of aircraft. In addition to that, they provide other services. And that building that those entities are located in has some significant issues with this HVAC system. And that is one of the things that we partially cut from the budget, $50,000, but there is still a need to do some major maintenance, perhaps an overhaul of the HVAC system in that particular building. Airport access, if you have recently come to the airport on a Monday or a Friday when we have Allegiant, Delta, and United all stacked and racked as far as the departures, the roadway in front of the terminal building gets quite congested. A few weeks back, we had a medical emergency where the fire department actually had to access the road backwards because it was so congested they weren't able to get to the terminal building going the proper route down the road because there was too many cars blocking their way. And so we are going through the process of designing opportunities to relieve some of that pressure on that access road. Everything from maybe changing up the signage a little bit to realigning the roadways. And we're working with the street department and our engineering department to figure out the best alternates for that airport access road. Career advancement is also a very significant thing for the individuals in my department. They would like the opportunity to have the opportunity to grow in their career and their opportunities that they have. I have a couple of individuals who have been with the airport, with the city for over 10 years, and they're kind of plateaued where they're at because there is not the opportunity for career advancement. So we're looking at adding a couple of leads so that they're similar to the way the street department works. They're technicians, they're street technicians, and creating those opportunities for our teams. The last bullet there is the Customs and Border Protection. Currently, we have an agreement with Customs and Border Protection that was signed in 2020. That lease agreement with Customs and Border Protection is a no cost to the Customs and Border Protection, but they do require quite a bit of investment on our side of things, such as the locks and cameras, furniture and equipment are required to be provided as part of that lease agreement. In addition to that, we're required to clean their offices a certain number of times per week. The agreement currently is year to year. If you take the calculated costs of everything that is required in that, it is costing the city about $40,000 per year. But there are some benefits to having Customs and Border Protection at the airport, including if they were removed, we'd have to remove the international designation from our logos and things like that. It also creates opportunities for potential future manufacturers who rely on the just-in-time cargo operations where they could potentially come from overseas or Canada or Mexico, land, drop off packages that it can clear customs at our airport. The other thing on here is our FAA reauthorization. The FAA reauthorization is a 5-year term. So it was just passed this spring, so it takes effect in October of 2024. This AIP Airport Improvement Program, the entitlements will be recalculated due to this, and it's based off our enplanements, which is the number of paid passengers who get on board the aircraft. We're anticipating that dollar amount will increase from $1.7 million up. I talked to the FAA yesterday. They said they hadn't done the calculation yet, but they did anticipate, due to the number of enplanements we've had over the past year, that number will go up on an annual basis. So we get $1.7 million to do projects. We can essentially bank that $1.7 million over a couple of years. You have, I think it's 3 years to spend the 1.7. So over a 3-year period, you can get over $5 million for a project. In addition to that, this reauthorization bill, the Minot Airport will be eligible for, instead of the 90% match, it will go to the 95% match. So the federal government on future AIP projects will provide us with a 95% match, and typically the state will pay for half of the 5%. So all of our projects on our local budget will get a little less expensive, but we do, like I said, have that huge runway project coming up, which is going to be quite expensive. So thank you.
Mayor Ross and members of council, just a little overview on the NDR and entitlement department. If you refer back to Harold's slide earlier, this department is 100% funded by the government, by our grants. So none of it does come out of any revenue, any tax revenue. We currently do fund 3 positions. My position, I have a federal compliance officer, and we also finance one of the accounting positions. As you all are aware of, we have recently been designated as an entitlement community. We did receive $331,580 this last year, and we will receive an annual allocation moving forward. One thing I do want to point out on this slide is this Friday, the 19th at 11 a.m., the Center for Technical Excellence, Dakota College of Botano, and Minot State University partnered together. They did receive some NDR, National Disaster Resilience Funds, to develop a facility for technical excellence. So 11 a.m. this Friday, they will be doing a ribbon cutting ceremony. So I invite council members as well as members of the public to stop over to see the facility. I do know it's something that Alderwoman Olson is very passionate about, and she has been very involved with, so I thank you for that. And I know the dental community is very excited about this.
Hi, my name is Zaina. I am the director of the Minot Public Library. So if you came to our budget tours back in May, this slide will look pretty familiar to you. But ultimately, when we're talking library, we're talking about the value of services that we provide to the community, the bridges that we gap, whether that be in technology or whatever the case is. We really are just kind of a catch-all for the community. Some days I have people coming in asking to fix their drones, and the next I have people coming in Walmart asking us if our Walmart carries a particular item because the Walmart worker couldn't find it. So that's the kind of different things and the range of what we are doing and capable of doing. And so the numbers that you see there are just a small snippet of the overall picture. But the biggest things that we need budget-wise to be able to do these are our people and our building. So our biggest budget requests come from staff increases as well as future building requests and needs. What is slated is for, or proposed, is our roof. I believe our roof is probably the only major building factor that is not older than me. It is, in fact, it was done in 2000, and it is now 2024, so it is 24 years old. It was, when it was done, it said that the expectancy was going to be 20 years, and so we're now already 4 years past that. Originally, the budget that the Library Governing Board approved was to split those costs over 2 years, but in an effort to help lower the overall cost of the city manager budget and the mill levy, we have spread that out over 3 years, which means our roof would be done in 2027. Some other big upcoming priorities are replacing our fan system, fixing our humidifier, which is completely down and broken currently. The roof replacement is mentioned, increasing and better evaluating our staff spaces, and then replacing and updating our elevators. So those, our biggest cost is going to be the building. It's an old building. We've been there for a while. We have a great maintenance staff that helps upkeep it, but at the end of the day, it costs a lot to be in a building that is that old, and so that's where we are at budget-wise. That's all I got.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My budget this year is sort of an anomaly. I'm always kidded for just asking for Post-its and pens, but this year I'm asking for an additional member for my staff. Over the last 10 years, our staffing for the city of Minot has increased by about 40%. My staff has not increased. However, we've taken on more operational needs for new staffing. We've taken on more requirements for federal guidelines, and it's sort of limited us on the initiatives that we've been able to push out to our staff with regard to development and growth. And so that is the reason we are asking for an additional staff member, and also to do some backup for not only payroll, but backup for other initiatives that we currently have going. Mr. Stewart had mentioned with regard that we have built in the increase for insurances. We will be having a presentation later on in August from our broker who actually does that analysis for us, so that you are able to see the increases for our insurances. He had indicated that we are looking at somewhere between 2% and 8% based on the options that are presented. And we will be looking at restructuring our insurance that we do come in below that 5% that we've already put into the budget. So thank you so much.
Members of the council, I'm going to address a few of these, so we'll make it really quick. As the finance director, I also supervise the IT department. And again, the bulk of the costs in that department are personnel. We do have a capital item in here, and that is a server replacement. This is a rather large ticket item, so following suit with how we've attacked some of that, we've budgeted to set aside money over a series of years before we finally replace that, expected in 2026. City Council, the notable items that we have added there are the potential for a potential special election coming up in 2025. There's some cost to do that if we're out of the election cycle. The county passes that cost on to us, so we've accounted for that. And then the capital purchases, some equipment and books. Looks like somebody stole the clicker. All right, got sidetracked. The finance department, again, this is primarily personnel. I do want to note here that a number of the staff in my department had significant market adjustments. This number includes the fully loaded number. We have made some other adjustments in the department. So our overall increase in our budget, if we subtracted out the cost of the personnel cost, would actually be going down. So we have made some significant cuts along the way. We do have a couple of capital items, primarily some replacement of some existing scanners. And that is an attempt to go more digital and avoid having paper records because we currently have a ton of those, literally several tons of paper records. And then we're having some trouble with the check printer that we have. And it's important that we be able to print checks still in today's day and age. There is some technology that comes along with it. So we do have some money in there for a replacement check printer.
It was nice to take a break from talking for a little while. With regards to city manager budget, again, as you'll see there, there is no significant change there. Most of that is primarily changes in wages of employees. Municipal court is similar, and really we have no alternative to make any changes in municipal court. They probably need more personnel, but they have no space for personnel. And space and location for municipal court is part of the conversation with the space needs assessment with the police department. And that will be part of a future conversation by the council and the community in the coming months. With that, I'll turn it over to our city attorney for her highlights.
Good evening, council. So our budget is also primarily salary and wages. We still have the AIA document suite included in this budget, which runs at a cost of $2,000. Again, if you don't foresee many building projects coming up, that's something that could be eliminated. We also included the airport law conference. Part of that is cost shared with the airport. That's coming in at $1,239. And then we also included memberships for $50 a person to the State Legal Assistant Association at the request of our legal assistants. And then our assistant attorneys also asked to include memberships at the Ward County Bar at $100 a piece. So those are the significant changes to our budget.
All right, so we're almost done. We're almost hitting the 5-hour mark here. All right, so I wanted to cover just briefly community contributions. These are matters that have already come before the council. You can see there the kind of the history since 2023 of the funding levels for that. The city manager recommended budget includes all of the funding requests with the exception of MACDC Economic Development. They requested a level administrative operational cost. They requested an increase for Task Force 21 funding, which is included in the city manager's recommended budget. And they also requested some additional funding for share for workforce and development grant, and that portion is not included in the city manager recommended budget. I guess my thought and logic on that is that most of that grant funding is coming from governmental dollars, and I felt it would be appropriate for the private sector to contribute some funding towards that in addition to the government dollars, either through the federal or the city funds, and that differential can potentially be made up from our private partners for that. All the other funding is the same as previous years. Those that are highlighted in blue is to indicate those that are funded through general fund, either primarily property tax, and those in the coral colors are funded through your sales tax economic development funding dollars. Brief presentation here on Magic Fund. Guess Brecca didn't want to spend the rest of her birthday with us, which is fine. We did as part of the new guidelines, the CEO president of the chamber, Brecca, and I sat down and met and looked at what the potential revenues projected for 2025 would be from the sales tax dollars. This also includes some funding based off of interest earnings and some other components that all go into making up that $2.1 million. And this is what is recommended after our meeting on where that money goes to in accordance with the new Magic Fund guidelines. All the dark blue, they're correlated with the different funds outlined in the new policy guidelines. So all the dark blue is the administrative costs. There's a little bit of money going towards primary sector. We recommended fully funding the state program matching fund that will fund your PACE and flex grant programs, which leverages dollars from the Bank of North Dakota on behalf of employers within our community. It's been highly successful. All of the current funding in there is already obligated to projects. And so we recommended putting $1 million in there for future asks to go benefit our small businesses and local employers that are trying to access those funding to grow and expand. I already talked about facade improvement. I'm sorry, I did not talk about facade improvement. There's a little bit of money here under bucket number 4, and this would be the City Council Economic Development Initiatives. This includes $302,000 towards facade improvement. We're at a point now where all the previous allocated funds are pretty much in process of either having already been applied for and waiting for compliance, or we are aware of applicants potentially preparing for application for the remaining funding. I already discussed the wayfinding signage. That $48,000 represents the funding necessary for the signage improvements to identify public parking to the parking garages downtown. It is my hope that with the funds that the council allocated in the 2024 budget, that once we've completed the upgrades to the community entrance signs, that there will be enough left over to cover that $48,000, and we wouldn't need the funding for 2025. If that scenario plays out, the recommendation from Brecca and I is that that money be converted over into the facade improvement program. I have an email from Brian Billingsley as our community development director that he requested, I think it was about $550,000 towards that facade improvement program based off of what he knows is in the queue, and having a little bit more money for future applicants that we are not aware of. And so that $350,000 is a couple $100,000 short of that. The other note I would make here is if you were to go do a cost comparison from 2024, the administration budget goes down. The key difference there is cutting out the funding for the city's economic development administrator position. We can talk about that later. I will continue to advocate for it. I think it's necessary. I think it's important. But understanding some of the pressures that are going on right now, we made the decision to cut that out of the budget at this point, so that economic development director position or administrator position is not included in the 2025 budget as part of the city manager recommended budget. Mr. Joyce.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, you may recall back in early May when we had our department tours, Mr. Stewart brought up pursuing potential other revenue streams. So this just gives you a quick snapshot of where we currently are in franchise fees and some possibilities of where we could be if we did consider to increase franchise fees. So we currently have a number of franchise agreements, but we only have one franchise fee. So you can see in the right there. So we do have franchise fees with Midco. Way back earlier in the brief, we talked about revenue streams, and currently our 2025 budget for Midco for franchise fees, which is our only franchise fee, is $417,000, which is 0.18% of our total revenue streams. So if you look at the bottom left, this will just give you an idea of what is some potential out there if we did decide as a city to pursue other franchise fees, so other revenue streams that could then, use to be buy down other revenue streams. If we increase this, we could potentially lower others. But just for your consideration, look forward to further conversations if you would like to pursue this in the future.
I agree with Mr. Joyce that this is an alternative that the city of Minot has not capitalized on at this point. In the previous communities that I've served, franchise fees has been a major revenue stream supporting our operations. In fact, when I was in Oglala, Nebraska, a town of about 4,700 people, they received more revenue in franchise fees than what you have projected here on the screen in a community almost 10 times their size. So one of my thoughts on this, and we can talk about it later as the council has further conversation on this, is there is no additional revenue built into the 2025 city manager recommended budget for franchise fee revenues. What I would recommend is if the council chooses to move forward with this, that it be implemented. The bottom left-hand corner gives you some approximate estimates, but we don't really have any real data for Minot on what that potential revenue would be. So my recommendation would be is potentially implement this at some point in 2025, allow those revenues come in, set those aside, restrict those for whatever your potential solution is for the police department, or the Legacy City Hall as we're calling it now. And then that would give us the data to build and project what those revenues would be in 2026. And then the council and the community can discuss at that point how those revenues should be used in supplementing tax relief in the city's operational budget for the future and needs. But that's a big conversation to have and unpack. I can tell you right now, there's already a couple of our utility companies in our community that are not real excited about this idea. But in my opinion, my job is to tell you what the alternatives are, what the pros and cons are, and then let you as the council make those decisions on behalf of the community. And this is an alternative that the state legislature has given us authority to do that we have not capitalized on as a community. So, final impacts. This is kind of the summary slide of the whole night here so far. Have kept the commitment that I made in February at the State of the City address. We have kept the revenues of property tax equal to 2024. There is no proposed increase of property tax revenues for the 2025 budget. This has resulted in a mill levy decrease by about 3 or 4 mills, which would be anywhere between $750,000 to $1 million, which represents about just under a $22 per year per $100,000 home evaluation decrease in taxpayer property tax bills. Overall, if you compare the 2024 budget, all funds combined, enterprise funds, general fund, everything, the whole kit and caboodle, we are seeing an increase with the city manager recommended budget from 2024 to 2025 of about $28 million. So the question is, so if we're lowering property tax and we're lowering the mill levy, how is the overall budget going up? So basically, here's the breakdown of what's causing that additional $28 million. Some of it is in our personnel costs, particularly being the wage increase for city staff. And here recently, we've added the Central Dakota MPO, so the city acts as a pass-through for those federal funds to the tune of about $624,000 a year. As was stated by Mr. Plank earlier, we also recently became a CDBG entitlement community. There's about $340,000 a year additional that we did not have in the 2024 budget. That's budgeted, both of those are budgeted as revenues and expenses through the city budget now. That was not done in 2024. We have significant capital infrastructure improvements that are included in the budget, such as Puppy Dog Coulee, 16th Street improvements, and the list goes on some of those, including road infrastructure maintenance, increasing from $8 million to $11 million of investment in those. We continue to see increased spending in flood control infrastructure. A lot of those revenues have been collected and garnered and are sitting in the reserve fund in the slide that we had talked about earlier. And then there's a significant increase in the water, sewer, storm sewer infrastructure fund with some of the projects that are going on in there. And that's what accounts for that increase of $28 million of 2025 over 2024. But again, there is no increase to our local taxpayers through property tax to accomplish that. So next steps. Again, we have a meeting scheduled for questions and answers on July 30th. That's a Tuesday at 5:30 p.m. The city staff is also asking that the council pass a preliminary budget that night, which means you can make whatever tweaks you feel appropriate to the city manager budget. The caveat to that is once you approve the preliminary budget, it cannot go up from that standpoint. So if you approve the preliminary budget of $227 million, you cannot increase that to $228 million. It's locked. In addition, if you approve the city manager recommended budget, your preliminary budget, you lock in that 115 mills, that cannot go up. You can go down, but you cannot go to 116 or 119 once you've approved that preliminary budget. That preliminary budget then gets submitted to the county. That generates those letters that everyone loves to receive and generates a lot of conversation across the community. Those will come out. But if you approve this, my recommended budget this year, that will come, those letters will come with a decrease on the side of the city for the 2025 budget. Real briefly, I'm going to come back to that topic of the question and answers here in a minute. But real briefly, as I stated earlier, this is the first year that we've kind of tried to move towards a multi-year budget approach, and it's in 2026. So looking ahead to 2026, we already have a $14 million deficit for 2026. I would say about 13 million of that is road improvements. We're looking at increasing our road improvement budget from 11 million to 13 million in 2026. And as I stated earlier, all of this year's budget is being paid for with Hub City funding and sales tax. Those adjustments, we haven't gotten down into that minutia on how to pay for that yet, and that's helping generate some of this $14 million deficit. Some other key priorities for 2026 to start considering for next time is implementation of the VERF creation and recommendations so we can stabilize out and have a funded plan on replacing our vehicles and equipment. We will continue to see likely inflation in workforce and construction issues, payments. We'll continue to make progress on NOS and flood control. Hopefully, after we've approved the 2025 budget, we can enter into a conversation with regards to the police department needs in the Legacy City Hall. Mr. Lakefield mentioned earlier, underneath the city council budget, we included $15,000 for a special election. We're anticipating, if the council wanted to put that to the voters, that's the cost of the special election for you to put that to the voters. That's built into the budget for you currently for 2025, if that's what you choose to do. And then, as I mentioned earlier as well, providing the opportunity of the public safety retirement system through the state retirement programs for our police and fire employees. That would be a $250,000 additional cost in the 2026 budget if the council chooses to do that. Again, a rehash here. Last time you'll see this slide tonight of all the priorities, all the things that we were trying to be mindful of as we prepared the city manager recommended budget. Off on the right, you will see the QR code for the 2025 preliminary budget document. If you want to see the budget in its full glory and detail, all the way down to every line item of every department, that is your document that you want to see. For the city council, we have a printed copy for you tonight. So you can start reading through those and making your notes in preparation for the meeting on the 30th. To ask any questions, we'll play Stump the Staff, and you can ask any questions that you would like with regards to the budget, and we'll be happy to try and answer those. Again, a reminder, July 30th, a meeting dedicated only to questions and answers regarding the 2025 budget. And then also in the future, you'll see that the council president will present his recommended budget to the council at the August 19th council meeting. And then the next key dates will be the September 16th meeting, where the city council needs to have a budget prepared for approval. And first reading will be on the 16th of September, with final reading and adoption on October 7th. And then that gets submitted to the state. So still a little bit of work to do. In addition, should the council or the public have any questions, here's another key pieces to look forward to here over the coming weeks. One, over the next 2 weeks, the council can feel free to reach out to any of the staff directly. We do have some in-depth tours set up for the 3 new elected council members to go through each department on the services they provide and how they're staffed to try and get you up to speed as quickly as we can. But in the meantime, if you have questions over the next couple of weeks, feel free to reach out to staff and ask those questions. The general public, you can either send your questions to the city council so that those questions can be asked at the meeting on the July 30th. We will be setting up a series of Ask Me Anything question and answer virtual sessions with staff. Dates and times for those to come here in the near future from the PIO office. We'll try to schedule those over lunch hours, so hopefully the public can attend and participate. Those will be recorded, so if you're not able to do that, you can watch those videos. Those will be available on our website once they're completed, so you can hear the questions and answers that others have asked. And then also the public has the opportunity at any time to reach out to my office or the Public Information Office with any questions you have with regards to the budget that's been presented tonight. And again, a reminder that the access to that document will be available. So this presentation itself will be available on the city's website tomorrow. We'll create a budget page specifically on the city website, where we'll try to keep all the documents in one place for the public to be able to access, which will include this presentation. A lot of the documents are linked in here, the preliminary budget in all of its detail, and all of that hopefully will be there. And if you're looking for something regarding the budget that you cannot find, please ask, and we will provide that to you as best we can. And that is my presentation for the city manager recommended 2025 budget.
Thank you, Harold, and thank you, department heads. This, I think, for the ones that have been on the council, I think it's safe to say this has been the most comprehensive and in-depth look at a city manager's budget in the 4 years that I've served. So thank you, and really impressive. So, okay, moving on to item number 11, liaison reports. I'm not sure if you've had a chance yet, Rob.
I haven't had a meeting yet.
Mark?
I was out of the country for the MPO board, and we have a liaison committee coming up next week, Thursday.
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow, yeah.
If you had-
Nothing. We have the Ward County Planning Commission on Thursday. Yeah.
Lisa?
June 18th, I went to the Service Space and Planning Council Executive Board meeting. I was able to attend the Central Dakota MPO meeting on June 27th, and what has already been mentioned, but I certainly encourage everyone to attend the ribbon cutting at the CTE this Friday.
Mike?
Commission on Aging coming up Friday, so that'll be rolling there. Hope to make that and make it over to that as well.
Visit Minot later this week, and that's all I got.
And mine was included in the mayor's report. I do just want to take a minute, though, and wish Craig and his team out at the North Dakota State Fair good luck with the upcoming North Dakota State Fair. The state's largest public event is taking place here starting on Friday with the parade on Saturday morning. So get out and enjoy our North Dakota State Fair. Moving on to item number 12, adjournment. Is there a motion?
So moved.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned. Good meeting.